Good evening, and thank you for joining the June 6, 2023 Special City Council Hybrid Meeting. City Council is in executive session and will continue in executive session for an additional 10 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
I get a sound check? Anyone?
I heard you.
Can hear you.
Perfect.
Meredith, you can go ahead and turn off your camera. We have a few items to get through for the city council. Bernice, it looks like everyone except for Councilmember Jacobson is here.
Okay.
We're not live.
We are live.
All right. We're ready to go. Good evening and welcome to the June 6, 2023 City Council Special Hybrid Meeting. I'm Mayor Salim Neese, and this evening's hybrid City Council meeting is being brought to you by Zoom. We're also broadcasting live on MITV Channel 21 and on the city's YouTube channel. Welcome to all and thanks for joining us tonight. Before this meeting, the City Council was in executive session from 5 p.m. to 5:40 p.m. During executive session, we discussed with legal counsel pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, paren 1, close paren, little I, close paren, litigation or potential litigation to which the city is or is likely to become a party, and for planning or adopting the strategy or position to be taken by the City Council during the course of any collective bargaining, professional negotiations or grievance or mediation proceedings, or reviewing the proposals made in the negotiations or proceedings while in progress pursuant to RCW 42.30.140, paren 4, close paren, little b, close paren. Council members, please have your microphones turned on for roll call. City Clerk Andrea Larson, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Andron.
Here.
Councilmember Jacobson. Does not look like he's joined us yet. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Here.
And Mayor Neese.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We now move to Pledge of Allegiance. Council, please mute and turn off your video and ensure the U.S. flag is visible. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Next up on the agenda, we have we now move to approval of tonight's agenda. If there's no questions, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion passes and the agenda is approved. Next, we move to AB 6281, a joint City Council and Utility Board study session to debrief the April water emergency. Thank you for joining us tonight. To the Utility Board members. Utility Board, please have your cameras and microphones turned off for the roll call. And City Clerk, please call the roll for the Utility Board.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Board Member Lair.
Here.
Board Member Majewski. Don't see him yet. Board Member Marshall. Don't see him yet. Board Member Pokorny. I saw him say present, but I
Oh,
didn't
present,
hear.
sorry.
Board Member Quantz.
Present.
Vice Chair Milton.
Present.
And Chair O'Connell.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And now we welcome Deputy Public Works Director Elaine Summergren.
Thank you, Mayor Neese. Good evening, Council. I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's joint study session with the Utility Board to debrief the April water emergency. We have a number of people joining us tonight. Obviously, Chair Tim O'Connell and a number of members of the Utility Board. We have 4 members of the Seattle Public Utilities team who will be presenting this evening. We have Alex Chen, who is the Deputy Director of the Water Line of Business and Shared Services branch. We have Julie Crittenden, who is the Division Director of the Water Planning and Program Management Division. We have Wiley Harper, who is the Division Director of Water Operations and System Maintenance. And we have Kathy Curry, who is the Wholesale Water Contracts Manager. With us, we also have a couple of public works staff, just in case there are questions that come up at the end that need answering. We have with us Alan Hunter, who is the city's Utilities Operations Manager. You may recall that Alan, with the help of his amazing staff, was really instrumental in managing the city's water supply during the water emergency in April. So welcome, Alan. And then also Patrick Yamashita, our other Deputy Director of Public Works and our city engineer. So welcome all. Tonight, you're gonna be seeing a short presentation from Seattle Public Utilities about the water emergency, what led to the shutdown, and then the next steps that the utility is planning right now. We made sure there is plenty of time after the presentation for questions and answers. But in the event that any clarifications are needed during the presentation, please just raise your hand and Mayor Neese will keep an eye on the screen for that and will recognize you in the order you appear. And with that, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to hand it over to Alex Chen and to the SPU team.
Welcome, Alex.
Thank you. Let's make sure that the technology is working okay. Can everyone see a full screen presentation?
Looks good.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for having us here for the Mayor, Council, and Utility Board. I wanted to start by emphasizing the value that the City of Seattle puts on the partnership with the City of Mercer Island for continued water supply. We've been supplying your water for many decades, and this is an important service that we value very much. We do apologize again for all of the stress that we caused with this water supply emergency. These slides here are designed to show what happened, as well as the lessons that we learned on how to improve, as well as next steps that we want to carry forward with the city. So I will also say that the city staff was invaluable in helping us navigate this emergency. So Alan, Jason, Casey, and others really were very instrumental in making sure that we could minimize impacts wherever possible to the city of Mercer Island. So I have a slide deck here, and I will go relatively quickly through this. Some of the materials familiar, the utility board, you've seen this when we presented to you about 1.5 years ago on another issue or two. And if I'm going too fast, please do stop me. If I'm not going fast enough, pat on the back to move forward would just be fine. So I'll just go ahead with the next here. Just an illustration of how the regional system works. So it's a system that serves about 1.5 million customers through the greater Seattle Puget Sound area. Mercer Island is one of about 24 customers that get water wholesale from Seattle and then send it to their own system. Shown obviously in the red circle is the one system, the water system that serves the city of Mercer Island, and part of it serves the city of Bellevue as well. So we'll dive down into a little bit of detail, and then I'll show you a little bit more about what happened. So looking at this graphic, it's very complicated, and I will not go through all of the detail. Utility board members, you've seen this before. The real takeaway here is if you look at the system, it shows the way that water gets from east to west, from the Factoria area over to the city of Mercer Island. A couple major takeaways you'll see is that there's a single blue line in several areas, meaning that that's the one line supplying water to Mercer Island. In some areas, there are two blue lines, meaning there's redundancy, parallel pipelines. The other thing that might catch your eye is two segments highlighted in red. On the left, the southeast 40th slide area is an area we talked to the utility board about 1 year ago or so, where one of the pipelines is on a slow-moving slide, and we're monitoring that and looking at potential improvements to minimize supply disruptions. Separate subject. On the right or the middle is where it's called out this segment to be disconnected in 2021. It's an area of pipeline that is over the Mercer Slough. It's above ground and it's slowly settling. And if we don't disconnect that from the system, as we have now done, the water pipeline was likely to settle to where it would break and cause a lot of damage all by itself. So that red segment was the central focus of the work that we were trying to do back in April. Moving on to the next slide. Looking at this in kind of a higher level here, same kind of graphic here, it just shows basically what we're trying to do is that in order to take a section of pipeline out of service, that 30-inch pipeline, we need to segment off the water supply so that there's not water coming out of the pipeline when we're working on it. Take the pipeline out of service and cap it so that it's disconnected from the rest of the system, and then reconnect the rest of the pipelines. And as you can see, with one pipeline in segments, that meant a short-term shutdown to the city of Mercer Island. And as you know, when there's a disruption in water supply from SPU, you're relying on those two blue circles, the reservoirs right in the center part of town with that walking path around. And those reservoirs give you a few days worth of storage for emergencies and planned shutdowns like this. So that was what we had planned in April. And I'll go through the time sequence in a little more detail. This graphic really just shows kind of a general idea of what we were trying to do. We were trying to, in the green call out, do some disconnecting and of the slough pipeline, that settling pipeline. And you'll see more about the two orange call outs, a valve that unexpectedly wouldn't open after it was closed, and then another valve that unexpectedly wouldn't open after it was closed. So more pictures to come there. And you might be wondering, so How do we segment off parts of the pipeline? It's through large valves. They're pretty complicated to operate. There's large impacts when we operate them, but they're there so that if there's a pipe break or planned work, we can take parts of the piping out of service and minimize further disruptions. This graphic just shows where all the valves are, when they've last been replaced, and their age. So it's just an idea to show you how many tools that we have to valve off or on some of the pipelines in the system. So the sequence that we had planned was to take this abandon this section of pipe on the slough by closing a section of the pipeline on Sunday night. After that, then we do the work to get that pipe disconnected and then open the valves all back up Tuesday morning. We had this all planned out with the city, and the city had planned to operate using the reservoirs, drawing down the levels of the reservoirs to feed customer and business needs. But that's really intended as a short-term solution only. So this was carefully planned. Unfortunately, some things went wrong that we did not anticipate. And the first one here is that first valve that we wanted to close off. We closed off Sunday night without incident. We had opened and closed it previously in 2022 without issues. However, when we tried to open it up, it did not open. And it took us several hours on Tuesday morning to diagnose what the real issue was, that it was the electrical actuator that tells the gears to move, or the gears that tell the valve to move, or the valve itself. And unfortunately, it took us 5 or 6 hours to diagnose that the valve itself was stuck, the main body of the valve in the pipe. There's no bypass line around that valve, meaning that the valve's stuck. There's no way to supply water to the city without some emergency measures. So that was the first thing that happened. And we did learn some pretty good lessons, unfortunately. And one of the lessons here is clear communication with the city here. Over those first several hours, we could have called the city to give earlier warning about something going on. And I'll take responsibility for that. It is a lesson that we learn and strive to improve on for in the event of next emergency here. So we work pretty closely with Jason Allen and others to develop response plans here. So we developed two. One is to close that valve, close the valve further upstream of the stuck valve so that we have the chance to dig up and replace the valve that was stuck. And then the other plan was to provide some emergency bypass pumping so that the city of Mercer Island could get some emergency water through some emergency pumps from the city of Bellevue. So we enacted both of these plans in parallel, and I'll show you just some pictures of how that all went. Obviously, the first thing we had in mind throughout the entire experience is the city of Mercer Island's concerns. It's a horrible situation to be in where water supply is potentially at risk, whether it's the risk of having customers use less water, progressing to not enough water, to potentially boil water notice across the city associated with insufficient water pressure. And so these are the things that the city was planning for. We were trying to help every way we can, but obviously it's a very stressful situation to be put in as a city. So we were trying to communicate as much as we can and keeping that in mind the whole time. So showing some photos, I think some of you have seen some of these photos here, so I'll go through them relatively quickly here. First, just shows some of our crews and the extent of work that it takes. It sounds very, relatively simple to replace a valve, but when you talk at a city scale, the left photo shows what those valve vaults look like. You just see the open covers to the entryways. The valve vault itself is a much larger vault shown on the right. So excavating the cover and pulling the cover off the vault in itself took several hours. Next photo here shows on the left the valve itself. And then on the right, just because these valves are about 40, 50 years old, it's not as simple as just turning all the bolts to loosen and pull the valve. A lot of the bolts had to be torched off, and so that took another couple of hours to get the process underway and the valve successfully removed. We cleared the vault for a replacement valve. It's a picture on the right of the valve itself that's stuck. And the replacement valve is shown on the left. It looks a little bit different. It works very similarly. It's a valve that we could install relatively quickly, and we put it in place and welded all the piping back together. Now, this did take all the way from Tuesday evening all the way till Thursday morning. So 36 continuous hours of crews rotating in shifts. Wiley's crews were quite busy, and Julie's planners and engineers were helping them come up with their next steps on the fly. So more pictures just show the reassembly, including this replacement valve, as well as the final welding that took place over the several hours in the wee hours of Thursday morning. I will say that the bypass pumping, the other plan we had, did not go very well. One of the things that we learned here is that the planning for pumping from Bellevue to Mercer Island had several fatal flaws. Without that main water pipe in service, Bellevue didn't have enough water to give, and it took late in the stage to understand between SPU and Bellevue how much water was available. And the bypass pumping apparatus here, the hose itself, the discharge system from the pump to Mercer Island, we could not sustain the pressure that we needed it to get the water from Bellevue to Mercer Island. So among other lessons learned here, contingency planning really is important, and we did not do as good of a job as we could have to do that contingency planning, especially as understanding that there's just a single pipeline that we were working on that, if anything went wrong, could compromise the city's water supply. So that is a big lesson learned for us. Some photos here of the bypass pumping assembly took us from Tuesday night with a separate crew working continuously till about Wednesday at 10 a.m. to get everything set up. It's fairly time intensive. And one of the things that we can do is not only contingency plan more in advance, but set these sorts of stages up as needed before anything goes wrong, as a better contingency action rather than a contingency plan. That makes sense. So, in terms of what went wrong, part 1 and 2, some of the things that we learned is that in part 1, even if you open and close a valve the previous year as part of an exercising program, it still might not open when you really need it to. So contingency planning is important. For part 2, we talked about the importance of contingency planning and putting contingency plans into place sometimes before you need them. Part 3 is more of a traditional, well, there really is a lessons learned here that we can build on more systematically, which is that we had closed this valve upstream of the first valve. It closed fine. It didn't open very well. It opened about 10% to get a little bit of water, and then it decoupled. The operating wheel decoupled from the valve, meaning that you could spin the operating wheel, the valve didn't move. So we had Wiley's crew scramble to take the valve apart so we could then turn the valve by hand and force it full open where it is now. And our lesson learned here is that that valve had not been open and closed previously for about 10 years. So much more attention is needed for this valve and similar valves in terms of exercising it. Now, I will say that exercising can be pretty complicated for valves that have this sort of impact. If they close and don't open during exercising, that can in some cases be as bad as this experience here. So it's something that needs a lot of careful attention and something we need to start planning for now. Some photos here this is the busy intersection that second valve was in. And it wasn't this way when the valve was installed 50, 60 years ago, but it involves a fairly complicated street traffic control that we need to mobilize very quickly. So another thing that Julie's staff is looking at is this the right place for a critical valve versus moving the entire valve assembly to a different location? Some other photos of our crews getting the valve taken apart enough to get it moved by hand. And the next steps here. And one thing I want to bring to the city's attention is this whole water supply assembly from Factoria over to Mercer Island is there for the purpose of wholesale water service for Mercer Island and part of Bellevue. And then the cost for the water supply, piping, capital, and O&M, it all follows the wholesale agreements. And so the cost splits for any improvements to the pipeline, for any additional operations and maintenance through our wholesale contracts, it gets allocated to Mercer Island and Bellevue in the cost share of about 80% Mercer Island and 20% Bellevue. We were having a similar conversation with the Utilities Board of a year ago for that other pipeline on this hillside area right behind the Mercer Island's Public Works building. That is more of 100% allocation to Mercer Island. And so for any work that we want to do, we know that we want to communicate carefully with Mercer Island to get your buy-in and agreement on anything that needs to be done, capital improvements, a difference in operations and maintenance procedures. So that being said, the planners and engineers are developing some potential steps in the long term, namely options for how to improve reliability of this whole supply pipeline system. And that can be at the low end. For valves that don't have any redundant pipelines, potentially putting bypasses around them. That means if there's a valve here, the pipeline, the valve is in the middle of the pipeline, you put a bypass pipe around the valve with its own little valve on it. So if something happens to the valve, you can provide some water around it. So that's one way of providing some additional redundancy at lower cost. If we were to look at a redundant full pipeline, let's say all the way from Victoria to Mercer Island, that's a much greater capital cost, but a much lower risk. And so that risk-cost trade-off is something that really deserves some careful thought and some consultation with city leadership. So when we have those options developed, we will share those and try to figure out some next steps as quick as we can. Some other basic takeaways here is more just general for the system. We talked about valve exercising and maintenance protocols, but special attention to the few valves that we have in the system that don't have redundancy, where we like to have 2 or 3 levels of redundancy wherever we can. In addition, just more attention to stocking spare valves, especially in this case where we have these large valves without redundancy. So we had done our job in terms of getting a spare valve in our warehouse here in Soto, and we're able to bring it out on site. That's something we need to continue doing and stocking for emergencies. So really that's kind of the slideshow here. Before I stop sharing, would anyone like to see any of these slides to go back and forth and ask any questions? Or if not, I can stop sharing and we can have a conversation about other questions.
Yeah, we'll turn to questions, which will guide us on whether we need to look at slides. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, thank you for the great presentation. And I appreciate your candor and acknowledging things you could have done better. That's very important and much appreciated. You said you have about 24 other partners, jurisdictions that you serve. How many of those only have one line feeding them, where if that one line was shut down, they'd be out of water like we do?
It is fairly unusual, council member. I'll go back to the system graphic here. Bear with me. And if you look at the Seattle regional system, it's pretty redundant. On the top right, bottom right, you have the Tolton Cedar supplies. You have a ring around Lake Washington. And if you'll notice, there's 1 or 2 areas that catch your attention. The first one is the Mercer Island supply line, which is the one we're talking about today. There's only one other area that has no redundancy, and it's a small spur pipeline right where it says Seattle well fields. It's a single pipeline that feeds 1 or 2 of our Southwest customers. All of the customers are shown in orange or whatever that color is.
So if we were to look at that as a problem, which I do,
yes.
And we wanted to create redundancy, it seems like you're talking about one option is we could just run a line in parallel to the existing line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it viable to recognizing that one of the dangers we have to be exposed to is a bridge going down? Would it make sense and be technologically feasible and even remotely cost effective to go from the other direction and bring water in from the west?
Potentially. My sense is that the cost would be fairly significant, but I understand reliability and redundancy is only so good as the basic assumptions of like, will the bridge stand pat? I think what we will probably end up seeing is that from redundancy, It's a much shorter distance from east to Mercer Island than west to Mercer Island. And there may be some other ways that we can get water from east to west without going under the I-90 bridge. For example, underground microtunneling or horizontal directional drilling might be one approach. There might be other technologies that give you some additional redundancy without relying on single points of failure like a bridge.
And if I can second follow up and expose some real ignorance about relative cost of things, there's a certain irony in running out of water when you're in a lake. Are there any circumstances in which it would be practical to have an emergency system to take water out of the lake and treat that water and make it usable?
Well, I think the city has already shown some leadership. You have an emergency supply well located right by the reservoirs, and your volunteers were staffing the well to provide water to people on demand. It's relatively straightforward from Department of Ecology to pull water out of the ground for emergencies. It just involves some cost, and your well isn't connected to the drinking water pipelines. There's some impacts associated with having to treat the water, which you don't do right now. Coming to the lake to pull water out is another level of scrutiny from the regulators in terms of feasibility, impacts on ecology, these sorts of things, but it's not without possibility.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Craig, I got a chance to see the well. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, it's pretty neat to see. Alex, thanks for your presentation. Appreciate the depth. One of the slides had a couple of valves on it. I think one was installed, I don't know if valves, but something that was installed in 1961, I think, and one that was there is 56 and 88. What is the useful life of those? And do we have a plan on replacing those?
Generally speaking, a valve can last many decades if it's properly maintained and exercised. And so it's not out of the ordinary that the valve at 1956 might be providing good service still. So it's kind of a risk cost trade-off to figure out the right time to replace each valve. Some of these can be fairly significant, not just the cost of the valve, if it's $100,000, could also be the time and risk that it takes to replace the valve out itself. And so what you're seeing here is the valves, generally speaking, are on the newer end, with the exception of that 20-inch gate valve in 1956, as well as the yellow call out for that ball valve in Factoria. I'm not sure I totally answered your question because I'm not sure there's a specific right answer for the life of the valves.
Okay, I think I get it. So the answer is we don't really know. It sort of depends individually how healthy they might be.
I think that's accurate, yes.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
I have several questions, but let me do them in turn. With respect to the valve at 120th, my understanding we had a globe or ball valve in there, and the replacement is a gate valve, I believe. Is that correct?
The replacement is a butterfly valve, but it's similar, yes.
And is there any, or what if any difference in performance between those valves and the operation of them exists?
Good question here. For the good of the order here, basic valves come in a couple different flavors. You have butterfly and gate valves, which are basically discs that impede the flow of water once they're closed. So a gate valve, the disc goes down into the pipe. Butterfly valve, the disc rotates along the path of flow, but it's a disc. Those are less expensive, and then they're used more commonly for isolating purposes. And so, as you've noticed, what used to be a ball valve got replaced with a butterfly valve. Now, why would you use a ball valve, which is much more expensive and sometimes can be a little bit more difficult to maintain? A ball valve, it's a much larger valve. It's like a big globe inside of a pipe with a hole drilled in it. And when you rotate the globe with the hole parallel to the pipe, you get good flow through the pipe. If you rotate it so that the hole is perpendicular to flow, no water goes through. That valve is really good for throttling flow, for controlling precise amounts of flow. We only need one of that kind of valve in this kind of a system, and we have that in Factoria, or at least we had that till recently. The valve at Southeast 20th, that was put in as a ball valve because we were worried back in the 1980s, I think, about that slough pipeline. If it were to cut loose, we wanted another valve that we could use to throttle flows safely. Now that that slough pipeline is disconnected, there isn't that same need for multiple control valves. So we can have one ball valve for control at Factoria and one butterfly valve for isolation only, not throttling at Southeast 20th.
Okay, and let me just say, I should have started out. I think that the response by the Seattle Water Department and all its various pieces was magnificent. And the people that came out were very professional, and I and our Mercer Island residents are extremely grateful that it was all hands on deck, and you guys did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Utility Board Chair O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chen, question for you about the comments about exercising the valves. Particularly the one in Factoria, if I'm understanding it correctly, had not been opened or closed for 10 years.
That's correct.
Is there a recognized best practice as to how often we should be opening and closing these valves in just kind of a routine testing protocol?
There's a variety of approaches that water utilities take. There's not one single best practice, but generally speaking, what we've seen is that with small valves, that is 6 to 8 inch valves that you have in your system, good to exercise relatively frequently, every couple of years. Large valves, also good to exercise. You have to be very careful about that. We're trying to shoot for an operating goal of exercising the valves at least every few years. I think utilities are not in total agreement about the best practice. Sometimes what we'll find is the more you exercise the valves, the more things break. And I mean, that's the purpose of exercising them, of course, but the more things break with more exercising, the more cost it is to dig up and replace valves that break. So finding that sweet spot is something that utilities haven't all agreed on. We're currently trying to figure out what our target is for these large valves, as well as the 19,000 smaller valves in our own city limits with our piping system.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, for your presentation. Very well done. And I agree with Jake that the city, Seattle's response on this when things started to go south was excellent. If maybe the communication could have been a little bit better, but you already recognized that. So when I was getting kind of the real-time stuff in April, I was under the impression that one of the valves that failed was a brand new valve that had just been installed. Now that I listened to your presentation, that's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct. Both the valves that had failed were older valves.
Okay, but so the question that popped into my mind though is, before you install a brand new valve, is there a testing process in place to make sure that the darn thing does open and close?
Well, typically, yes. I mean, so as part of new construction, everything goes through its paces. We try to open and close valves before they're installed. We try to test them on a regular basis, although we have obviously a lot of room to improve. So I think, yeah, we do try to open and close valves before they're installed.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Why don't you go to I think a utility board member added me in line, and I'll follow up.
Very good. Utility Board Member Picorni.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Yeah, good. I'm impressed. Good job overall. You mentioned the city is looking at procuring spare valves. I mean, I'm sure it's all over the map, but what's the lead time on your median valve if you had to replace it? Is it like months, weeks? I'm sure it probably varies, but I'm trying to think, does it make sense to further look at doing that?
Absolutely, it makes sense. And so The answer to your specific question is in this valve size for valves that are a little more complicated, like ball valves used for throttling control. The lead time can be very long, probably 9 to 12 months is what I think I'm hearing.
Oh, wow.
For butterfly valves and gate valves, which are much more common valve installations, even though this is an unusually large size, the lead time is much shorter than that. So that is something we can look at.
Yeah.
I will say that as part of our seismic study that we did in 2018, looking at seismic preparedness for pipelines and valves across the entire region, we identified the need to procure a lot more pipe and valves across for any number of purposes, including for emergencies like this. So Julie's staff is busy working on that now.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, so the segment that we were originally intending to disconnect that runs south of I-90 across the slough, are we intending to actually remove it, or now that it's disconnected, is it intended to be left there?
It's intended to be abandoned in place, which means that it will be left there, although the pipe on the east side and the pipe on the west side are disconnected from it. And the pipe itself, the slough pipeline, is capped and left in place.
Okay, did I answer your question, Ted?
Yeah, so is it actually attached to the freeway deck there, or is it something that is visible besides above ground? So I presume that it's visible if you are looking at it from the right angle.
It is visible, yes. The 30-inch pipeline slough section on this picture, you're looking at the bottom of the two pipelines. That is visible if you were to go drive out and park at 118th Avenue and then walk west along the slough. You would see that pipeline on concrete support saddles going west. The pipeline that is under the I-90 bridge, the 16-inch pipeline, you can also see that one for just a bit as you're driving east to west from the interchange going to Seattle. If you look to your left, you'll see a pipeline under the bridge deck.
Has there been any discussion about the actual removal of that pipeline for environmental restoration?
We have not discussed that. I mean, we're happy to. We typically abandon pipes in place. Abandon's not the best term, but it is the industry term. It's just that if it's not doing active harm, we tend to leave it in place as a low cost approach. We can certainly look at removing the pipeline if that makes some sense.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Utility Board Member Qualms.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, very, very well done, and the response was fantastic. I'm curious, as you prepared for the project, did you have a list of possible risks of what could go wrong, and was this specific issue on it?
To be quite honest, we really do value our relationship, and that's why I'm being so frank. We did not list this as a potential risk. So when I say we need to invest more in contingency planning and contingency actions, especially in areas like this where we're planning on work where we know there's no redundancy, it's not going to be acceptable for us not to have an active plan and potentially an action already ready to go in the event that something happens. So that really is a big lesson learned for us, is that making actions without contingency planning is not something we can allow to happen.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, I just want to echo everybody's thanks. Well done on the presentation, and especially in the response. And I got to hand it to your ops guys for working 36 hours in a row. I know that's not easy to do. And you had a lot of pressure at the time, as did our city staff trying to manage it from our end. So you're going to be on the speaker junket for a while, I'm sure, with this example of 3 strikes potentially being out, but managing to save it at the end of the day. So my question is, you learned a lot of lessons. We know a lot more about communication, and what other parts of the system here might be at risk, and maybe give a heads up to those cities so they can plan ahead. And in your planning, what's your plan now looking system wide to kind of make sure this doesn't happen again?
I think like the previous question asked, what other areas have no redundancy? There's that one line that feeds some of our Southwest customers. And so that's a complicated discussion with them. Like Mercer Island and Bellevue, they pay for the lion's share of capital and O&M work. And so that risk cost trade-off is something we're thinking about. Some of those customers are a little more complicated because they have groundwater supply to augment the surface water that they get from Seattle Public Utilities. That's probably the number one other area of consideration. When we look at the rest of the system, because of the built-in redundancies, our focus is more on whole system performance. So looking at seismic performance, where are the weak spots? Where do we want to invest regionally? And when we do regional investing on the Cedar River pipelines as they cross through a zone of liquefiable soils in Renton, that's an area, for example, that we'll be starting design on right now and hopefully doing construction on in the next year or two. And that is a shared cost for all of Seattle plus the regional wholesale customers. So that really is our focus, is looking holistically at the system, not just for redundancy, but also seismic risk and other factors.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Yes, you described the emergency secondary supply, I guess I'd put it, and that it didn't work. So my question is, looking forward, is that really a viable, at least short-term alternative until different kinds of redundancy are built into the system? Or should we have another problem, another pipe failure, another shutdown?
I would say that the bypass system that we set up and did not work is not a viable bypass approach. And the lessons that we learned will continue to carry forward. The engineering doesn't change about the amount of water from Bellevue, and we can fix the pressure rating on pipe, but not having that water is the key part. So we'll have to start thinking about some other options. Like I said, potentially having bypasses around the valves if they stick, or put in a separate parallel supply pipeline. There is a possibility for a bypass option where the supply from Bellevue would be more abundant in this kind of an emergency, but it has to do with which section of the pipeline that you're looking at is out of service. And if the section of pipeline is more towards the center or west, there's a section of Bellevue towards the east that might have more water to provide bypass capability from. So that is something that we'll have to look through.
Thank you.
Councilmember Anderl.
Thanks. Hopefully, maybe last question. Nope, maybe not. So, to the earlier very good question about what is the lead time for replacing valves, does Seattle Public Utilities have any sort of agreements with other large municipalities to share supply, like Everett or Tacoma, if we were suddenly in need of an extra large 9-month lead time valve, and they had one on hand? Do we have kind of any sort of I guess, for lack of a better term, interlocal agreement with them? Or would it just be more of an informal cooperative thing?
We have a little bit of both. So from a formal standpoint, we're part of a Washington State Mutual Aid Network, where we can reach out to any utility across the state to ask for, what do you have in stock? What can we get? We provide similar services for other cities. Most notably, Bellevue, for example, has reached out and said, hey, we have a few of these larger diameter, this and that. Can we do a mutual aid? But that formal mutual aid applies to any city across, or special purpose water district across the state. So we can tap that. Informally, we've also worked with both Everett and Tacoma as the nearest large utilities who have large diameter pipe, large diameter valves, to take inventory of what we all have. So we know we can reach out to everyone else, to the others, to see if they can spare a 24-inch valve if we need it at a moment's notice. Of course, that's second choice. First choice is to stock it ourselves and have enough in stock so that we have it available.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, earlier I commented on your candor. I'm going to ask for a different type of candor now, which is, what should the city of Mercer Island have done differently in this case?
Well, I will say the relationship is important and being frank is important to me. And I think Jason, Alan, Mayor have done a really good job of kind of showing us how we can improve, both in terms of communication and operations. So I think that, for example, knowing that early notice is better is always a good thing. So that's something that we need to work on. I myself didn't find out about this for a few hours until it was kind of getting too late to let Mercer Island know that they could potentially do some emergency planning that Tuesday night. The other thing that I think was really good for Mercer Island to have already told us is the value of contingency planning. And so I think this is a conversation that the staff to staff had on one or two occasions. And as a leader with SPU, my job is to make sure that our staff is incorporating our customers' concerns properly. And so I will say that the city probably was right on with both of those asks. One of those just as things were developing and one in advance of those events developing. The other probably is some better upfront coordinated emergency planning. So I think the city did an admirable job of activating its emergency operations center, very quickly got people to use less water to preserve the water in the reservoirs, very quickly worked with the Department of Health to figure out at what point would a boil water notice need to be administered. And then doing that kind of emergency planning with SPU would be great. I would say that it generally went pretty smoothly as we were activating our own emergency system. There were still some hiccups, particularly in communications, where, for example, at SPU, we probably stepped out a little more in front of communications to the media than the city would have liked. And that's just a factor of us not having practiced that emergency response together. Now we have the opportunity to do these sorts of planned exercises. We've done one with our wholesale customers a couple of years ago called Cascadia Rising, which was an earthquake responsiveness exercise. And if there's opportunities for that, we talk about those at our monthly meetings with wholesale customers as one topic that kind of recurs every year or so of when's our next exercise, what should we be doing to get better planned. So those are some suggestions. I really think the city did an excellent job of making the best out of a very bad situation. And if there's anything that the city could have done, is probably just continue to work. If there's something where, for example, contingency planning doesn't happen, being more insistent or elevating to where I can get involved and make sure that we can eliminate or minimize some of these chances of major failure.
And a related question, given our apparently unique or almost unique vulnerability to a single supply line, if you were the god of water supply on Mercer Island, what would you be doing to better prepare? I mean, should we be building another tower? Should we be improving our well? What should we be doing?
You know, that's a very difficult question.
Alex, I'm gonna let Jesse Bond step in. I feel like this might be a little bit out of the way.
Sure.
Good evening, Council, Utility Board, SPU team. I'm Jesse Bond. I'm the city manager for the city of Mercer Island. Alex, great presentation. Don't want to go back and relive that, but thank you for the recap. Councilmember Reynolds, you're asking about what can we do, and those are great tee-ups. I just want to remind the council that we've invited a consultant to rejoin us, a consultant that has worked with us previously on contingency planning. We have asked them to walk all the way back through everything that happened and look at opportunities, not only for redundancy, but for other types of emergencies to improve our water planning. So one example is, council, we're nearing the end of our work. Well, probably not nearing the end of our work. We're working on a booster chlorination station that will allow us to treat the water when it arrives on the island. we're going to look at whether or not that could be deployed to treat the water from the emergency well. We may also evaluate a second emergency well. Councilmember Reynolds downline a bit, especially with anticipated growth in the town center. We might need to look at a third reservoir. None of these are easily attainable, but I suspect as early as this fall, we'll be checking back in with the council on some other opportunities we have for system improvements. And I just highlighted several capital type projects, but there's also operational things we'll be evaluating as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson, bring us home.
Okay, this is my last time. Alex, with respect to the valve on the ball valve in Factoria, what do you see as the timeline on making sure that we have a reliable valve there that is operated by a T-wrench?
We all definitely want that. And the timeline is probably complicated by the difficulty of what are the next steps to, that the city will take on with SPU in terms of better redundancy overall. So part of, I think, what makes this so complicated is that there are no bulletproof options that come at a low cost here. And so our job is to follow the lead of the city with the consultant analysis being done, as well as develop some options that show the balance of low cost, high risk, low risk, high cost, and everything in between, and to work with the city to figure out what those options are. So for that ball valve, for example, one option could be replace the valve in kind. And you might think that'd be a low cost option, except it does involve a major shutdown of the system, tearing apart that entire intersection to get the valve out and put another valve back in, and wonder if that was the right thing to do. And it might be. And another option could be potentially build another valve vault out to the parking lot or another more suitable area, and think about some other redundancy benefits, but at a higher cost. And that discussion, I think, is best placed with the city as an active member of the discussion. And ultimately, we're here to support that, whatever approach makes the most sense. So developing those options will take a little bit of time, and then getting the valve solution figured out, probably best thought about in concert with the long-term approach that the city and SPU and City of Bellevue can all work through. Sorry, that wasn't as direct an answer as you might have been looking for.
If I may,
question.
I will attempt it though, Councilmember Jacobson. I just didn't want to mince words here. We asked SBU not to postpone any other work that would require a shut off until we can both work together on all the contingency planning that Alex described earlier in his presentation, and some of the contingency planning that we're working on. So I imagine maybe our first touch back with you on, future project work will probably be as early as this fall, but it could be out into 2024, just depending on, the planning work.
Thank you.
Very good. Last question, Utility Board Millman.
Yes, thank you, Alex, for the presentation. But I guess just related to this last group of questions, what is the kind of specific risk right now of the system in its current state with that valve in the wrong position or locked in the open position? If there is a problem downstream of that or upstream of that, where that valve needed to be operated, what is even the contingency of trying to operate that valve in its current state?
Right. So right now that ball valve is locked open. It's locked open to prevent it from closing on its own because the gearing has been decoupled from the valve. And so essentially what you have there is no valve. And in terms of emergencies, you have kind of two emergencies we might think about. One is an emergency like a major pipe break that would require a section of pipeline to be valved out of service. You valve upstream and downstream of the break so you can fix the pipe. The butterfly valves that are in place and the gate valve at the end, those are all suitable for that purpose entirely. Closing the pipeline down so you can drain and work on it, and then opening it back up. The other kind of emergency is if there's a main break that is complicated enough that we can't just isolate, but we need to control flow. Why would you do that? One reason is so that you can maintain some pressure to the city if there's a manageable amount of leakage. That's a more complicated approach without a throttling valve. And you have to use some of the other valves in concert that are not really designed for that purpose. We know that butterfly valves are not intended for throttling service for the most part, but they can be used as needed to control flow. It's just not ideal for the long term. So we have to be careful about using a combination of these other valves to get a flow target set to control flow in the event of that second kind of an emergency. So that's kind of where we are.
Perfect. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks to the Utility Commission for joining us this evening. Great questions from the council and the commission. Thank you, Alex. It's great to see you again. I spent quite a bit of time getting to know you, and I look forward to seeing you and meeting with you along with the city manager, deputy mayor, Mayor Bruce Harrell on June 21st. Obviously, to the public, this is an issue that is continuing to have many more discussions. None of this stuff's going to get fixed overnight, but we appreciate the candor and we look forward to those future discussions. Okay. Utility Board Commission members can leave the Zoom. Thanks for joining us tonight. And our next item on the agenda is the city manager's report.
Good evening again, City Council. I'm going to ask Allie to help me out and screen share my presentation, which we've kept relatively brief because it is a very long agenda. And I think, not sure if Allie's computer died. All right, I may have
I'm here, just 1 second. It's coming up.
Okay. All right, thanks, Allie. We're in separate rooms. Well, welcome to Zoom. Well, while we're, oh, there we go. Thanks, Allie. Let's see, I think this is today's presentation with the wrong date on it. Sorry about that. We got a little excited about June 20th. Council and to our community, I will just remind you that our City Hall remains closed due to an ongoing asbestos issue. And what I can describe is we are continuing to perform our testing work in the building. And the goal is to identify the limits of the asbestos so that we can discuss abatement scenarios. One of the challenges, and Andrea, I just see your hand is up. Was that intentional?
It was. Amanda just informed me this is the wrong presentation.
Oh. All right. Well, I'm going to keep talking at City Hall while we go and find the correct presentation. So Council, I'll just remind you that the work we're doing right now in City Hall is to find the determine the limits of the asbestos so that we can discuss with you the abatement scenarios. And the reality of what we're dealing with is that we have had above background tests, meaning positive tests for asbestos inside our HVAC system, including what I now know is a couple of air handling units and some pretty significant runs of HVAC ducting. So what I have shared so far is that we are likely to be in a closed status for a couple months while we work through this, and I will hope to have another update for you in July before we break for August. Our court, we were able to rehouse our municipal court to the Kirkland Municipal Justice Center, and a huge shout out to the city of Kirkland for accommodating us and providing us a really, really reasonable rental rate. Today was our first day back in operations with our municipal court in Kirkland, and I have not spoken to the judge, but I'm sure I will be hearing from him soon on how that went. We also, I think one of the teams that's particularly impacted is police. So we're exploring some alternatives. In the meantime, they are primarily housed at the community center. So looking ahead, while City Hall is closed, we will continue to be on Zoom for council. We do provide the Mercer Island Community Center as the facility, but for the public, just to be aware that the council and staff are all back on Zoom. The Planning Commission, I believe, had gone back to in-person, but they are now back on Zoom as well. Council, just a heads up, and the community hasn't heard this yet, we are working on building a backup broadcast system here at the community center where I'm sitting this evening so that we have an alternative meeting location should something like this happen in the future. All right, next slide, please. Handful of updates, and these are quick. The bike skills area, we are making progress. You may recall that this is a project adjacent to the Dean Children's Park in Island Crest Park. We are currently working on permitting, including our critical areas and SEPA reviews, and we'll be opening up the public comment period for the SEPA review very soon. And all of that information will be updated on Let's Talk as soon as it's available. The American Ramp Company will be on the island later this summer. I don't have the exact dates yet. They'll be staking out the limits of the bike skills area and working with staff and volunteers on site prep. We have been doing trail counts in Island Crest Park just to establish a baseline for trail usage before the bike skills area opens. We're also evaluating a few other strategies that will help improve safety on the Island Crest Park trails. Next slide, please. By the way, I did want to mention, we've got a photo here that last month we completed some edge striping and repainted a crosswalk. One painted crosswalk, new crosswalk was installed on 84th to increase visibility adjacent to Island Crest Park. If you've been around the island, you notice we've been doing a lot of crosswalk and painting work over the last couple months. We do have a project page on the bike skills area. It's on Let's Talk, and the link is there. Next slide. Wildland fire training. It's sad that we are already in wildfire season, but that is the case. I wanted to mention that Mercer Island Fire Department members participated in a regional wildland drill with a number of partner agencies last week. This is the work that we do to remain prepared to handle situations on the island, and certainly we also participate in responding off island and supporting our partners when we have local wildfires. We now have 6 red-carded wildland firefighters after this training. So congratulations and thank you to the team for investing the time. Summer celebration. I can't believe it's a month away. It's already June. We're getting really, really excited. We're down to the last few weeks of all the details and logistics. We just wanted to remind all of you that the community parade will be back this year. Very exciting. And all the other fun things that make summer celebration just a really great opportunity for our island community, live music, booths, vendors, kids activities, food trucks, and more. We are still accepting applications for sponsorships, all of our community booths, art vendors, and the food trucks. And we have a webpage stood up, and we invite you to check that out. Before you change slides, though, let me give a shout out to the sponsors that have already come forward. Mercer Island Martial Arts, Mercer Island Community Fund, the Mercer Apartment Homes, and Bell Harbor. Thank you very much to all of them. Okay, some good news. We'll wrap it up here. Today, we were all at the dedication of Riley Cove. What an absolutely perfect weather day to be celebrating that dedication. I was joined by Mayor Neese. Actually, Mayor Neese led the ceremony. He was joined by most of our city council, and we were honored to participate in the dedication of Riley Cove, which was named after Houston Hugh Riley, who was a lifelong resident of the island, a U.S. Army veteran in the 1st Infantry Division, and landed at Normandy on D-Day. I have to tell you, I was just blown away by the attendance and the speeches, and his daughter was there, and it was just really special. Thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone that made that happen, including a number of our residents and the Mercer Island Historical Society. So thank you. We'll have more pictures coming of the event. And that is all I have this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Our next item of business is appearances. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak to the City Council on any item. I'll note that there's a public hearing later on the agenda for the 2024-2029 six-year transportation improvement program. If your comments pertain to the TIP, I'll ask you to hold your comments until the public hearing. City Clerk, is there anyone signed up for appearances this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there were 5 people who signed up to speak during appearances tonight.
Very good. So tonight's agenda will include in-person public appearances and remote public appearances via Zoom. Individuals wishing to appear, address the council may do so in person or by Zoom or telephone, provided they registered with the City Clerk by 4 p.m. today. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be called by name. Remarks must be addressed to the council as a whole and not to individual council or staff members. As it is election season, please be reminded that state law, specifically RCW 42.17a.555, prohibits the use of city facilities for campaign-related purposes with limited exceptions. Accordingly, please do not make campaign-related comments during this time. Please speak audibly and state your name and city of residence for the record. There'll be a timer on the screen. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When your time is ended, I'll thank you for your comments and move to the next speaker or item of business. City Clerk, please promote the first speaker.
Our first speaker tonight is Amy Hart.
Okay, start my video.
Welcome, Amy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You can hear me okay?
Sure can.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Neese and council members for allowing me an opportunity to be heard. My name is Amy Hart. I have lived in my home in Bellevue's Enitai for 25 years. I apologize about this water pressure supply issue that just occurred. But aside from that, I'm a huge supporter of the restaurants and businesses of Mercer Island, including the community center. When I began preparing this 3-minute presentation, I began researching definitions of words. I looked up the definition of the word mundane, which led me to the words ordinary and unimaginative. When I looked up unimaginative, I got the definition lacking in imagination or imaginative thought, dull. When I looked up dull, the definitions were not lively or spirited, listless, not bright, intense, or clear. Mundane, dull, unimaginative are words that describe all of the gardens at the Pea Patch, other than Maria's. I do not say this to disparage the other gardeners. The gardeners have been subjected to restrictive, arbitrary, and capricious rules that prohibit all imagination, depth of color, spirit, and anything extraordinary or inspirational. My friend Maria built an absolutely stunning garden in her Pea Patch garden that she waited 5 years to garden in. 5 years. This was not an impulsive desire that fell away after waiting 5 years. Instead, upon receiving the news that her plot was available, she got to work immediately, seeing this as a sign from the universe to share love, spirit, kindness, and community after the sudden death of her fiance only 9 months ago. Maria built an extraordinary garden that is intensely colorful, spirited, imaginative, and inspirational. She invested $5,000 in this project with the belief that this would be her garden for the next 40 years. The stewards of the garden have rules that they have demanded that she modify her garden to comply with. I'm a huge fan of rules that maintain safety. I am not a fan of arbitrary rules that prevent diversity. The Pea Patch garden rules are unnecessarily restrictive and prevent creativity, imagination, and inspiration. Is this the message you want to send to the community? You can participate as long as you are not creative, imaginative, or inspiring. Is this the message you want to send to the children of this community? Esteemed council members, I would like to make a motion to preserve Maria's garden as it is today and not force her to comply with arbitrary rules.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Addie Smith.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Addie Smith. I've spent time at hearings at the City Hall, so I'm very concerned about the findings of asbestos there. And I'm hoping, I don't know if I need to get tested, if for, being in the building, in the courtroom, in the lobby, and in the parts of the facility, if I need to get tested for asbestos inhalation or anything like that. But I have been in that building over the years. Again, Addie Smith, my daughter and I are hate crime survivors. And with the exception of Council Member Weinberg, who is a new council member, I have gone before this board for years telling these exact same members, with the exception of Councilmember Weinberg, that my daughter and I were attacked, threatened, harassed, and stalked by white residents living on Mercer Island, and no one did anything about it. When I defended myself against one of them, I was arrested by the same police department that I went to for help. The police department, according to the FBI, has not been reporting hate crimes on Mercer Island and Kirkland. Surprisingly, Kirkland, Washington, where you guys are doing your courthouse procedures now. And I am back and I want to continue to share. And I hope, Mr. Weinberg, you will talk with your colleagues and any new members that are attempting to come on the board. Way before Mayor Neese was a mayor, he was a council member, and he and none of these members of the board did anything to help my daughter and I. They received emails, every single one of these members, with the exception of Council Member Weinberg, received emails from me asking to help me and my daughter to stop those hate crime attacks. And none of them did anything, nothing. Every single one of them here received the email and none of them did anything. And when Mayor Benson Wong was the mayor, he also received those emails and didn't do anything. But when I was arrested after defending myself because one of the white racists had a gun, otherwise I'd be dead, nothing has since been done. And I have since still been targeted for the past 4 years. So one of the things that I have decided to do is to help all the women of the world who have suffered like me by voting for DeSantis or Trump, so we can all feel the pain that I feel and I have felt over the past 4 years of you all doing nothing to keep my daughter and I safe. I don't believe that you all deserve these seats. And I want to make sure that President Trump or DeSantis give us all women, all ladies, the same opportunities that you ladies sitting here on the board have given me. Maybe that's something we all want, our rights taken away, not having any rights at all. Let's just go ahead and do that and make it equal for all of us.
Our next speaker is Audrey Kovner.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, sorry. Wow. I'm on a completely different topic. My name is, good evening, Mayor Neese and Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum and City Council members. You've seen me before. Last time we were in school together. My name is Audrey Kovner and I live on Mercer Island. I am the past president of Brooksville Narratonian Congregation, and I'm the current chair of the Strategic Planning Committee. And I'm here tonight to sort of talk and support once again on our request, or Herzl's request to add schools to the approved list of building options for B-zone property. So first I want to thank the council for adding this request to tonight's consent calendar. As you're aware, we submitted this code amendment in September 2021, and we've had several hearings to discuss the issues. And we're very appreciative of the discussion from last month in which you voted to accept it and put it on tonight's consent agenda. I'm going to make this pretty short. So as Anjali Grant will talk after me, our architect, she's going to outline some of the things that we will be doing. But I just want to mention that adding a school is consistent not only with the neighborhood, but I want to point out that Herzl's use of this property needs to fit with how we as a religious institution use our current buildings and space. So although we've owned the property for many years, our need to ensure that it's used in a manner that fits within our mission has been challenging, and we haven't been able to raise funds to do it ourselves. So now that we're engaged in discussions with the school, we believe we can find a reasonable way to make this happen. Because it's important for our partners to limit their use, for example, on religious holidays and share our spaces, and a private school can meet those requirements. So we think it's a really good option. We've been back and forth over the last 18 months with the planning department, with the planning commission, with the council, and we would like to thank everyone because everyone's been actually very helpful and we've had some really good discussions. And I particularly want to thank Allison Van Gorp, who really had a lot of openness to working with our team and to see options. And so that's all I have to say. And I hope that you will vote us forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anjali Grant.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Anjali Grant. I'm an architect in Seattle working with Herzl Ner Tamid to explore options for their property. As Audrey mentioned, the synagogue purchased a parcel of commercially zoned land adjacent to their property, protect and preserve the residential character of their neighborhood. Under current zoning laws, schools are not a permitted use in this zone. Our position has been that a school use is no more impactful than many of the uses that are currently allowed, such as preschools, theaters, restaurants, retail, group housing, and museums. I'd like to briefly address a couple of issues that come up at meetings, just to clarify. One, traffic and parking. The existing property has a large parking lot. Our intent would be to reuse that lot to the greatest extent possible. To that end, we will be required to complete a formal parking and traffic impact analysis as part of our land use agreement. We'll have to provide operational details, demonstrate how uses work together, and that's something that has to be tied to a specific development proposal. We can't do that in advance. Second one is design standards. Any development on this site will undergo design review. So the design vision for Mercer Island that design review addresses has to do with site design, the character of the site, natural features, the architectural compatibility of the buildings, landscaping, setbacks, materials. So all of those kind of look and feel and kind of fitting in things will be part of the design review process. And that's just something that we would have to do as part of this project. And then finally, development options for HNT. There have been suggestions by various folks that couldn't we just combine this lot with our existing residential lot and pursue a conditional use permit? That is actually not an option for HNT. Because of the way the zoning is now for residential zones, we effectively cannot expand on that property, even with a conditional use permit. So hopefully that's clarified a few things. I'd like to thank the Deputy Community Planning and Development Director, Allison Van Gorp, the Planning Commission, and you, the City Council, for your consideration. Ask that you vote in support. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Our last speaker tonight is Daniel Thompson.
Welcome. You're on mute.
Thanks.
There we go. My name is Daniel Thompson, and I've been a resident of Mercer Island since 1970. And I'd like to comment on AB 6265, the Aubrey Davis Park Trail Safety Improvement Design. I sent in some written comments, and I just won't read those. I also want to thank Jesse Bond, one, for forming the Parks Commission, and two, reaching out and actually discussing and resolving some of the concerns I had, and the Parks Commission, especially Ashley Hay. One of the things I wanted to point out is this really isn't a 60% design review because it's been decided that it won't be reviewed again. So the decision tonight is the 100%. This is probably, over the last 13 years I've been doing this, probably the best design. Probably because WashDOT was so unreasonable in their roundabout requirements for 44 feet. We do have to realize we don't have a traffic calming mechanism at the bottom of the hill by the backstop. If one is going to be necessary, the only one I can think that's probably going to work is Dave Wiesenthiner's original idea of just banning bikes from this area of the park. We have to realize we're spending $500,000, more than that actually, simply because the off-island bicyclists won't ride at a reasonable speed on a mixed-use path through a park. And that's just the reality of it. The concerns I raised is to make sure that the trail width stays at 12 feet. That was the council's original mandate in greenlighting this project. Jesse's reached out to me. That's going to stay that way without putting in gravel shoulders. We're going to try to use the existing ground medium like grass or bark that's there. The other one is the vegetation in some areas needs to be cut back. I've talked to Ashley Hay about this. She's also concerned. Some of these plants are older. We just don't want them to be butchered so they die. We don't want this to become such a wide open area. It's like a scar through the park. Finally, I'm one of the homeowners who lives on the east side of the trail after the bathroom. The vegetation is a privacy screen for us. There's a lot of mature trees. We'd like to be involved in any pruning or vegetation cutback decisions. Jesse's indicated that will happen. We just don't want to lose our privacy because we have to do this project because the bicyclists simply won't ride at a reasonable speed. So thank you for all your work, by the way. I follow the council, and I know it's not easy on such a beautiful evening. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Last call.
There are no further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we now move to our next item of business, which is approval of the consent agenda. There's a lengthy one. The consent agenda contains AB 6273, the May 19, 2023 payroll certification, certification of claims for May 12, 19, 26, 2023, and certification of electronic funds transfers for April 2023, revised City Council meeting minutes of May 16, special hybrid meeting, and of May 23, special hybrid meeting, AB 6263, roadside shoulder improvements, West Mercer Way Phase 3, AB 6265, Aubrey Davis Park Trail Safety Improvements Design Recommendation, AB 6272, Pride Month Proclamation number 310, AB 6280, Juneteenth Proclamation number 311, AB 6274, Development Code Amendment, Business Zone Permitted Uses, second reading, Ordinance number 23C-08, close paren. AB 6275, 2018 Street Projects Closeout, AB 6276, 2023 Residential Street Overlays Project Bid Award, AB 6282, Interlocal Agreement with MISD for Mental Health Counseling Services. Council may have a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Androl.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Consent agenda items passed unanimously. We now move to AB 6278 for a public hearing on the 2024-2029 6-year transportation improvement program. Now is the time for the City Council will accept comments on the 2024 through 2029 six-year transportation improvement program. This public hearing is now open as of 7:10 p.m. Individuals who register with the city clerk's office before 4 p.m. today may make a public comment on this agenda item. You'll be called by name when it's your turn to speak. Please speak audibly, state your name and city of residence for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. City Clerk, is there anyone that signed up for public comment that wishes to address the council on the TIP?
Mr. Mayor, there was no one who signed up to speak during the public hearing this evening.
Okay, very well. If there's no further testimony this evening, the public portion of this hearing is closed as of 7:11 p.m. Council will now come back to this item later on the agenda for discussion. Our first item of regular business is AB 6277, the 2023 Board and Commission Annual Appointments, Resolution number 1644. Council, Section 8.12 of Council Rules and Procedures provides that all appointments to the city's boards and commissions be made by a vote of the City Council during a regularly scheduled meeting, and that each City Council member will complete a written ballot casting a vote for identified open seat on a board or commission. If there's more than one open seat on a board or commission, then each position will be voted on separately. The position with the longest term will be voted on first. The applicants who receive the most votes, provided that they have received a minimum of 4 votes, will be appointed to the expiring or vacant seats on the board or commission. The names of the applicants selected will be added to resolution number 1644, with final approval required by vote of the City Council. Since the City Council is participating in meeting via Zoom, the City Clerk will send email ballots to the council members. Council members will then return the ballots to the City Clerk, naming their candidate of choice. The City Clerk will tally the votes and read aloud the votes and the outcome of the vote. The first elections to fill are 3 positions on the Arts Council. Position number 1 expiring May 31, 2027. Position number 2 expiring May 31, 2027. And position number 3 expiring May 31, 2026. Council, since there are only 2 applicants received for the Arts Council, will conduct 2 elections this evening. Staff will commence with a recruitment process to fill the remaining vacancy on the Arts Council. Council will start with position number 1, expiring May 31, 2027. City Clerk, please distribute the ballots to the City Council. And needless to say, you need your email open for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballot has been sent. Councilmember Jacobson, I need you to just vote for 1 position, please. Can you please revote? Your email said both, but we're just voting for the first position. You're muted, Jake. Mr. Mayor, the votes have been tallied. Council members Anderall, Jacobson, Reynolds, Weicker, Weinberg, Mayor Neese, and Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum voted for Suzanne Scone for position number 1.
Okay, please send the ballot for the second position.
The ballot has been sent.
Oh, hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor and grab me my earbud case off of that little desk? Thanks. It's the beauty of having one in.
Yeah.
You can get like twice the light.
All right, Lisa, there you go.
Mr. Mayor, the votes have been tallied for position 2. Council members Andral, Jacobson, Reynolds, Weicker, Weinberg, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, and Mayor Neese all voted for Hannah Yoon.
Okay, Hannah Yoon is appointed to position number 2. Suzanne Stone was positioned to appointment position number 1. Congratulations to you two. Recruitment will continue for the 3rd open position. The next elections to fill are 2 positions on the Design Commission. Position number 1 expiring May 31, 2027, and position number 2 expiring May 31, 2027. In accordance with MICC 3.34.030, City Council should seek to fill the 2 open positions with an urban planner, landscape architect, or a layperson who owns property or business within the city's business or commercial areas, applies and qualifies for appointment. Council, we will start with position number 1, expiring May 31, 2027. City Clerk, please distribute the ballots.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballot has been sent. Mr. Mayor, the ballots have been tallied. Council members Andral, Reynolds, Weicker, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, and Mayor Neese voted for Megan Atkinson. Councilmember Jacobson voted for Tracy Grambois, and Councilmember Weinberg voted for Jason Rogers. Megan Atkinson received 5 votes.
Very good. Megan Atkinson is appointed to position number 1 on the Design Commission. Congratulations, City Clerk. Please distribute the ballots for Design Commission position number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballot has been sent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The votes have been tallied. Council members Andral, Jacobson, Reynolds, Weicker, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, and Mayor Neese voted for Tracy Grambois with 6 votes. Councilmember Weinberg voted for Jason Rogers.
Okay, thank you. Tracy Grambois is appointed to position number 2 on the Design Commission. Congratulations. The next elections will be to fill 2 positions on the Park and Recreation Commission. Position number 1 expiring May 31, 2027. Position number 2 expiring May 31, 2027. Council, we will conduct 2 elections, starting with position number 1 expiring May 31, 2027. City Clerk, please distribute the ballots.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballot has been sent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The votes have been tallied. Council members Andral, Reynolds, Weicker, Weinberg, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, and Mayor Neese voted for Don Cohen. And Councilmember Jacobson voted for Ashley Hay.
Okay, Don Cohen will be appointed to position number 1. Congratulations. Please distribute the ballots for position number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballots have been sent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The votes have been tallied. Council members Andral, Jacobson, Reynolds, Weicker, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, and Mayor Neese voted for Ashley Hay. Councilmember Weinberg voted for Daniel Becker. Thank you, Mr.
Ashley Hay is appointed to position number 2 on the Park and Recreation Commission. Congratulations. The next elections will fill 3 positions on the Planning Commission. Position number 1 expiring May 31, 2027. Position number 2 expiring May 31, 2027. Position number 3 expiring May 31, 2024. Council, we will conduct 3 elections, voting on the longest term position first, starting with position number 1 expiring May 31, 2027. City Clerk, please distribute the ballots to City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballots have been sent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The votes have been tallied. Council members Jacobson, Reynolds, Weicker, Weinberg, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, and Mayor Neese have voted for Michael Murphy. Councilmember Andral voted for Angela Batson.
Okay, position number 1 goes to Planning Commissioner Michael Murphy. Congratulations. Please distribute the ballots for position number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballots have been sent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballots have been tallied. Council members Andral, Jacobson, Reynolds, Weicker, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum and Mayor Neese have voted for Angela Batso. Councilmember Weinberg voted for Chris Goals.
Okay. Angela Batazzo is appointed to position number 2 on Planning Commission. Congratulations. City Clerk, please send the ballots for Planning Commission position number 3, expiring May 31, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ballots have been sent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The votes have been tallied. Council members Androl, Jacobson, Weicker, Weinberg, and Mayor Neese voted for Chris Scholes. Councilmember Reynolds voted for Kean Bradley, and Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum voted for Lacey Aker.
Very good. Position number 3 will be appointed to Chris Goals. Congratulations. City Clerk, have the votes been compiled and appointed names been added to resolution number? Well, actually, we're going to take a 10-minute recess so that
Mr. Mayor, Executive Assistant Amanda Keverkamp is about to hit send on the resolution to City Council. We don't need to take a recess.
Change on the fly. I thought we were going to have a 10-minute break.
We can. It is the will of the mayor.
No way.
Or we could have a mutiny.
We will have a mutiny.
We'll get a break at some point, won't we?
We will. We will.
Fantastic.
The more breaks we take, the longer we're here.
I can see my high-performing council is still at the top 99 percentile after that votorama, so we'll march on.
There's a
Sorry, we ran into some technical difficulties. She hit send. Been sent. It's just in the ethos.
Is that going to council or is that just going to you?
It was sent to the entire council as well as me. I would be happy to read the appointments section if you'd like, Mr. Mayor.
That would be great. So we will go to the appointment section and everybody else can verify that in the email that they just received.
Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Mercer Island, Washington as follows. Section 1, effective date of appointment. These appointments will be effective June 9, 2023 due to the closure of City Hall in mid-April 2023 and the postponement of a Planning Commission public hearing to June 7, 2023. Section 2, appointment of Arts Council. Pursuant to MICC 3.55.030C, the City Council hereby appoints the following individuals to the Mercer Island Arts Council for the designated term set forth. Suzanne Scone, position number 1, term expires May 31, 2027. Hannah Yoon, position number 2, term expires May 31, 2027. Section 3, appointment to the Design Commission. Pursuant to MICC 3.34.030C, the City Council hereby appoints the following individuals to the Mercer Island Design Commission for the designated terms hereafter set forth. Megan Atkinson, position number 1, term expires May 31, 2027. Tracy Granbois, position number 2, term expires May 31, 2027. Section 4, appointment of the Parks and Recreation Commission. Pursuant to MICC 3.53.030C, the City Council hereby appoints the following individuals to the Mercer Island Parks and Recreation Commission for the designated terms hereafter set forth. Don Cohen, position number 1, term expires May 31, 2027. Ashley Hay, position number 2, term expires May 31, 2027. Section 5, appointment of the Planning Commission. Pursuant to MICC 3.46.030C, the City Council hereby appoints the following individuals to the Mercer Island Planning Commission for the designated terms hereafter set forth. Michael Murphy, position number 1, term expires May 31, 2027. Angela Batso, position number 2, term expires May 31, 2027. Chris Goals, position number 3, term expires May 31, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Council, is there a motion to adopt resolution number 1644?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by, is that Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
And Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Was that nay, Councilman? I couldn't hear you, Councilmember Reynolds.
Clearing my throat. That was an aye.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Or yes, if you prefer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, the motion to approve resolution number 1644 passes. Congratulations to the new board and commission members. Thank you to all the applicants, and please stay tuned for more board vacancies as they come up. Our next item of regular business is AB 6279, AWC 2023 Business Meeting Voting Delegate. Council, we need to select a voting delegate to attend the AWC business meeting in June. We can appoint up to 3 voting delegates. We have 1 person attending, who is Councilmember Wendy Weicker. I'm consulting her for the job. Council, are there any questions before we nominate Councilmember Weicker to be the voting member? Not seeing any questions. Council, may I have a motion to nominate Councilmember Wendy Weicker as the voting delegate?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. Not seeing any discussions. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
And Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion passes. Anybody want to break before our next item?
Sure.
Nobody's looking for one. All right, our next item of regular business is AB 6284, Repeal Ordinance number 23C04 related to adoption of the 2021 construction codes, for which we welcome a very brief presentation by CPD Director Jeff Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'd like to, before I make my brief presentation, I would like to briefly note that our Deputy Director Alice Van Gorp, our Building Official Don Cole, and Fire Marshal Jeremy Hicks are on the call this evening. In the event any questions should come up at the end of my brief presentation. It's so brief, we don't even have a slide deck tonight. So the 2021 construction codes, as you will recall, were adopted by ordinance on May 2nd by the City Council in advance of the original July 1st implementation date. We thought we were good to go, and we started our communication plan that we had put together in advance of the council adopting the ordinance. And on May 24th, the Washington State Building Code Council, under emergency rule, delayed implementation of the 2021 construction codes by 120 days due to a couple of reasons. First and foremost, a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision coming out of California. And in addition to that, the State Building Code Council was also served with a federal complaint that actually stemmed out of that same court decision in California. As well, the State Building Code Council has been litigating a separate lawsuit related to the 2021 code updates. So the punchline here is the adopted ordinance that the council voted on in May. We need to repeal that ordinance to remain in compliance with state law. And essentially, we need to make sure that as long as the 2018 codes are in effect, we have to basically be applying those 2018 codes. So the repeal of the ordinance adopted in May here this evening will ensure that that happens while this 120-day period beyond July 1st ensues with the State Building Code Council. During that time, there's a couple of things that are going to happen. One is the State Building Code Council has convened a couple of technical committees, which my understanding is they're going to be working on possible further amendments to both the residential and commercial energy codes. So we may see further changes to the codes here in this 120-day window that will start on July 1st. In addition to that, from the city's perspective, we'll be communicating out to our customers that the 2018 codes will still be in effect, at least temporarily, beyond July 1st. And we're obviously going to monitor the situation with the State Building Code Council, and we'll determine, the appropriate time to bring back whether it's the same set of codes that we already adopted once that we're about to repeal, or whether it's a slightly different set of codes, depending on, again, what comes out of the State Building Code Council. We'll get something back, obviously, in a timely fashion to the City Council for the appropriate action so that we remain in compliance with state law. So the ordinance in front of you this evening, Ordinance 23C-07, the idea here is that it would be adopted on one reading here this evening with our publishing times and so forth to make sure it's repealed before July 1st. And to do that, the recommended action for the council is to set aside your City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3 C3 that would allow you to adopt the ordinance in front of you on one reading. With that, Mayor, that's as brief as I could make it. So back to you.
Nice work. Council, any questions? Not seeing any questions. Council, is there a motion to adopt at first reading under City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, paren C, close paren 3, close paren, ordinance number 23C-07, repealing ordinance number 23C-04, and maintaining the current construction codes in MICC, Title 17?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum. Any discussion? Please call roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
And Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Motion passes. Thank you, Director Thomas.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is going to be a lengthy one, so I suggest we take a recess now. Is 10 minutes sufficient for everybody? It is? Okay. We will take a recess now at 7:40 p.m. till 7:50 p.m.
Adams, and we are going to provide an overview of the regional fire service proposals that we received from the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue. Before we dive into those details, though, I know we may have some folks watching this presentation for the first time, so I would like to just walk back through a couple of the slides I presented to you at a previous meeting in April. Again, for tonight, we'll be talking about the regional fire service proposals that we've received. We have prepared an initial financial analysis that Robbie will walk through in just a moment. Next slide, please. So a little background. City Council, I want to remind you and our community members, we are currently served by 2 fire stations, Station 91 in the town center and Station 92 on the south end of the island in the business shopping center. As we consider a regional fire services model, I just want to emphasize again that under a regional fire services model, both fire stations would remain open and operational and provide services that meet or exceed today's service level standards. Next slide, please. Also wanted to just remind you of our current staffing model and the staffing positions we have as a standalone fire department. We currently have 29 firefighters. This includes a combination of firefighters, lieutenants, battalion chiefs, and a fire marshal. At any given time, we have 7 staff members on duty. That is 1 battalion chief that is in charge of both fire stations, a lieutenant at each station, and 2 firefighters. We also have a full-time fire marshal, and fire chief and deputy fire chief services are currently provided by Eastside Fire and Rescue through an interim agreement for services. And finally, we have a part-time fire administrative assistant. As I presented to you in April, the question of why consider regionalization. Just remind you that firefighting today is much different than it was a few decades ago or even just a decade ago. Fire departments were originally formed to fight fires, literally, and now the span of services is much more considerable, including emergency medical services, hazmat services, special rescue. New to our region is mobile integrated health and more. Regional collaborations provide a number of opportunities for enhanced fire services. Interestingly, in the end of April, I'll just remind you that during our water emergency, we had to bring a couple of water tenders onto the island. Those came from Eastside Fire and Rescue so that we had the resources should a fire emergency have occurred when we were running short on water. So that's just an example. Regional fire services, provide opportunities for more cohesive, efficient, and cost-effective response. Next slide. Mutual aid and regional coordination. And Council, this is in your packet and was even included in response to some of your follow-up questions. All of the fire departments, regardless of the model, they assist other fire departments with response. This is commonly called mutual aid agreements. Mercer Island Fire Department currently operates under a regional coordination framework through King County, which basically aligns all of our personnel, equipment, and resources during emergencies. One example that you're familiar with is that we do not have a ladder truck. So in the event we need a ladder truck, Bellevue provides this service. If Bellevue ladder truck was not available, then there is a whole structure outside of, there's a whole structure within the regional coordination framework to make sure we have the resources we need in an emergency. We also provide support to agencies. So it is not just about receiving, it is also about giving. One of the frequent examples I use is that our crews are often out on I-90 on either side of Mercer Island, either supporting Bellevue or Seattle with emergency response. We also train with our surrounding agencies to ensure cohesion. We were just at, I think it was last week, the wildland training with many of our nearby partners preparing for wildfire season. Next slide, please. The trends in regionalization, this is also something we talked about previously. We are one of the few remaining standalone fire agencies in the region. Many others have made recent moves to regionalization, including Edmonds, Woodinville, Linwood, Tukwila, North Shore. And I'll have Robbie bring up the next slide. We'll show you a map of what that looks like. I realize it's just a little bit small, But recently, Snohomish Fire District number 7 and Moreau Fire merged. That was in 2016. And then they merged again with Lake Stevens Fire in 2020. Puget Sound Regional Fire and Rescue has certainly evolved quite a bit. 2014, SeaTac and Maple Valley joined, which already provided fire services for Kent and Covington. And then Tukwila recently joined this year. And in South Snohomish County Fire and Rescue, again, established in 2017, it now includes Linwood, Edmonds, Mount Lake Terrace, Briar, and surrounding unincorporated areas in Snohomish County. Mill Creek was also a recent joiner. So that's a snapshot of regional fire services in the greater Puget Sound region. Service levels, I think it's very important as we begin our discussion tonight to emphasize that service levels, which also includes staffing levels, under a regional fire services model would be established by the City Council. So we would anticipate, based on how the RFP was structured, that very little would change under a regional fire services model. We continue to respond to emergencies in much the same fashion that we do today, including all of those fun things that our fire department currently provides, attending events, participating in the parade at summer celebration. As I've already mentioned, under a regional services model, both stations remain open and staffed. And I've already covered the last bullet, so let's go to the next slide. Staffing. Council, as we began this discussion in April, one of the things that I shared with you and you reiterated to me is the importance of our current staff. Under a regional fire services model, our staff would be managed by a regional fire agency instead of being directly managed by the City of Mercer Island. We included in our RFP a request to hire all of our existing personnel. That was something we felt was absolutely essential as we considered all of our options. We also anticipate, although there would certainly be more work to be done, that most of the internal services needs that we currently provide to our fire department would be provided by a regional fire agency under this model. Next slide. So as I've already said, but I want to say it again, the city has every intention of securing employment opportunities for all of our fire department personnel should we decide to adopt a regional fire services model. We are also committed to bargaining the impacts of the transition to a regional fire services model with our local. We know, and this is something you may have questions on, that our current staffing structure, including the positions and the ranks, is different than the staffing structure with the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue. So we would anticipate under either scenario that the positions might shift. But again, I want to go back to that very top bullet. We have committed to securing employment opportunities for all of our department personnel, which means that there could be some transitions, different jobs offered, and promotional opportunities as well for our team members. Enhanced services, I started to talk about this just a moment ago, but I will come back to it. Firefighting has evolved quite a bit since even a few decades ago. In fact, now in the last few years, we're really focusing on wildland fires and a whole different type of coverage. We spend a lot of time on emergency medical services and special programs like mobile integrated health. We believe in collaboration as a city. It helps make response to all of these needs more cohesive. We also know that regional providers are big enough to support entire teams of personnel that are trained to deal with and address special circumstances like technical rescue, hazardous materials response, and others. So as you consider a future decision, and I won't be asking you to vote on a recommendation tonight, we're just here for discussion. I just want to remind you that there are some advantages of regional services, including, collaboration, enhanced services, cohesion, and efficiency. Leadership. I want to go back. I mentioned this a moment ago. We are currently served by an interim leadership agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue. So Eastside is providing our interim fire chief as well as a full-time interim deputy fire chief. You have both been working with them you've been working with both of them for several years now. We know, and the reason this came to you now is that the interim fire leadership model is not a sustainable long-term solution. In fact, when we entered into this agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue, It was originally intended just to be a 2-year situation. I think by the end of this year, we will be closer to 3 years. So under a regional fire services model, I just want to clarify that the agency, the regional fire services provider, would provide the leadership of the fire department. So the fire chief, deputy fire chief, and perhaps other administrative personnel. Proposal review. So moving on to the meat of the discussion tonight. On April 4th, I came before the City Council and recommended that we consider issuing an RFP for regional fire services. The City Council authorized me to take that action and seek proposals from the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue. We received timely responses from both agencies, and I want to take a moment right now to thank both of those agencies for their work and their response. It was no small effort to turn around those proposals in the 1-month timeline, and we greatly appreciate it. Council, when those proposals were received in early May, they were posted to the city's Let's Talk page. I will also remind you that we stood up a City Council ad hoc committee to support me in reviewing those proposals, and I met with the committee 4 times in the month of May. Next slide. So in just a moment, I have 2 more slides, and then I'm going to stop sharing this PowerPoint. We have prepared a financial analysis. It's in your packet as Exhibit 1. I think it's important that we're calling this an initial analysis or preliminary analysis. There are certainly costs that we aren't in a position to estimate just yet, but those would come at a future step. In the meantime, Council, and last slide, please, Robbie. I'll just remind you that tonight's meeting, the purpose is for discussion and to hopefully answer as many questions as we can. If the Council desires additional research be performed or analysis, I would like to receive that direction tonight from the majority of the City Council. And then I will be working on a recommendation to the City Council on the adoption of a regional fire services model, and I would bring that back to you at a future meeting. I want to disclose that that meeting date has not been set yet. All right, we are going to make a quick transition here and stop sharing the PowerPoint and bring up the spreadsheet. And I will turn it over to Robbie to walk you through this, and we will zoom it in maybe just a touch if we can.
All right. Yeah. There we go. Hi.
Hold on a second.
All right. How about that? Can you hear me, City Council?
Much better.
Excellent. All right. Again, Council, my name is Robbie Cunningham-Adams, your management analyst. And we're going to walk through the initial cost analysis that staff have undertaken on the two proposals and on the option of retaining a standalone Mercer Island Fire Department. Just a note from the beginning, if you read the proposal from the City of Bellevue, they included 2 models, and we're only showing model 2 here. We can get into it more on the Q&A session, but staff believe that model 1 is not implementable due to the CBAs and operationally, and so we chose to focus just our analysis on model 2 here. So I'm going to go kind of line by line just so everyone can understand what's going into each line item, and then happy to take questions. So in the first scenario, and we're just looking at 2024 here, would be to retain a Mercer Island standalone fire department. And so Council, you adopted in your 23-24 biennial budget kind of baseline budget numbers for the personnel and operating expenses of the fire department. And so that line item in this analysis includes that number and includes a few other things. Staff made an assumption on what cost of living increases would potentially be for fire department personnel. So that's included in this. Additionally, we've included the expected estimated costs of L&I claims and insurances into that line item as well. The next line is the apparatus repair and maintenance. I'll actually highlight that on your screen here.
We currently have an interlocal agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue for the repair and maintenance of both our fire trucks, fire vehicles, aid cars, all different types of fire apparatus. I'm going to say more about, the little asterisk you see on your screen here when talking about Bellevue, but we're making an assumption here that we would continue that arrangement with Eastside Fire and Rescue, and that's budgeted to cost $108,200. I wanted to pull out these next two items from the operational budget of the fire department. We have an interfund finance mechanism that pays for fleet replacement. And so this is a little bit of money that goes in every year that as vehicles depreciate, we have a system in which if we put in the correct amount of money every year, that we'll have money for the replacement of vehicles at the end of their useful life. Now, the fire department's a little different. We budget for these sort of expenses for the big fire trucks in a different way, but this amount covers all other vehicles in the fire department. Similarly, the next line item is the computer replacement interfund. So as computers' useful life ends, we have a fund that anticipates their depreciation schedule, and we pay for the replacement. This next item, the estimated additional cost for chief and deputy fire chief. As we discussed in our presentation, our current arrangement for interim fire leadership services with Eastside Fire and Rescue is not something we can continue with forever. And so staff are making an assumption, should council choose to retain a standalone Mercer Island Fire Department, we would need to hire a Mercer Island specific fire chief and deputy fire chief. The assumptions we made here was that we would return to the model we used before our arrangement of Eastside Fire and Rescue, which would be a full-time fire chief and full-time deputy fire chief. We use the costs of pay and benefits of those two positions. We inflated it to 2024 numbers, so that's where the figure you're having here indicates. We also removed the cost of the ILA agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue for fire leadership services from our operating budget. So this includes the total cost of the fire chief and deputy fire chief. Of course, that's an estimate, but we wanted to represent the reality of that would be an action the city would need to take should we choose this option. Scrolling down here, again, this is an estimated cost, but responsibility the city has of maintaining a city-owned ran fire department would be the costs associated with negotiating and managing collective bargaining agreements. And so the $50,000 represents our estimated costs of that every year. Council, as a part of your capital improvement plan, we have a line item budgeted for 2024 for minor fire tools and equipment. And then finally, for the larger fire apparatus, basically the big red fire trucks, City Council's policy has been to set aside a certain amount of property tax revenue each year to have as a fund for down payments, lease payments, for the various financing mechanisms we use to procure large fire truck apparatus. You add that all up, we have a total estimated costs of 2024, all inclusive of operational expenses, CIP costs and the like of $8.5 million. Going over to Bellevue, staff combined their line items for personnel and operational expenses. One important thing to note is the city of Bellevue submitted their proposal in 2023 dollars. And so we wanted to focus this analysis, in the year that it would be active, which would be January, 2024. And so we talked with Bellevue a little bit on how to do this. They have slightly different, COLA assumptions and the like than Eastside does, but for consistency, we wanted to maintain a cost escalator between Bellevue and Eastside. So we used a 4% cost escalation to get to this. So again, it's an estimate, but we have the $7.1 million there. It was in their proposal. Again, we have the same line item for apparatus repair and maintenance. In their proposal, you may remember, Council, that the Bellevue assumed that we would continue our relationship in our ILA with Eastside for apparatus repair and maintenance. Once I heard that, I wanted to confirm with Eastside Fire and Rescue that they anticipated that arrangement could continue. Eastside leadership indicated that while in the short term, it would be likely that we would be able to continue that ILA, that Eastside leadership is having initial conversations about whether their organization has the capacity to provide these contract repair and maintenance services to non-Eastside partner or Eastside contract agencies. And so they advised us that it perhaps beyond 2024 or even sooner, that it may not be an option to continue this relationship were we to choose the city of Bellevue, and possibly, you know, if we were to maintain an independent fire department, we would need to have this conversation too. Because the costs of that, the relationship, we could continue that ILA in 2024, staff chose to keep this line item at the 108,200 budgeted number with Eastside. But staff did reach out to the city of Bellevue and asked them to run a high level estimate of what it would cost were the city to choose to regionalize with the city of Bellevue, what that would cost. City of Bellevue staff gave us an initial estimate of $380,000, but reiterated that they thought we could work through that number a little more and they could do some initial analysis, and they anticipated it would become lower. But I think it's fair to say that while Eastside has not made a final decision in the Bellevue model or in the Mercer Island Fire model, there's probably a pretty significant risk that our costs for apparatus repair and maintenance would go up compared to our current arrangement with Eastside. Moving along, the city in this proposal process we have wanted to maintain ownership of the equipment and the vehicles. And so because of that, we would do so in the Bellevue model. And so we would continue to pay for the replacement through the interfund. We would do the same through the computers. And then finally, both Eastside and Bellevue have what's called an administrative fee. This administrative fee basically pays for the overhead involved in running a fire department. So were we to do a regional model, we at the city would not provide HR and payroll services to the fire department. Of course, they still require those services, and that would be done by the regional entity. And so that's just one of a number of things the administrative fee pays for. I believe it is just a 5% of each year's personnel and operational expenses. That's the formula that works out to that number. And it's 5% at Bellevue. Again, the city would maintain ownership of fire tools and equipment. So we would continue to pay for those. So we would, including facility costs. And so that would reflected the continuing the CIP costs. We would continue to own the fire trucks. And so we would continue to need to independently as the city budget for their replacement. Finally, going to Eastside, again, a similar story, personal and operational expenses, but with Eastside, they include the costs of the apparatus repair and maintenance in their operational expenses. So that line item would go away, although it's included in the one above. We would continue to own the vehicles, and so we would continue to pay the interfund fleet replacement. However, in the Eastside proposal, they suggested that their equipment replacement fund fee, which is below the $114,000 number, that would be inclusive of the replacement of computers. And so the Eastside proposes that we would no longer need to pay the $40,000 in the computer replacement interfund, but it would be kind of nested under the equipment replacement fund. Of course, all subject to negotiation were we to pursue that option, but that's their proposal. You can see here the Eastside's administrative fee is at 10%, so definitely a bit higher than Bellevue's. And then this equipment replacement fund, this is inclusive of a number of different things. This is Eastside's methodology for, this fund only pays for replacement equipment, for Mercer Island, but that is their cost to, facilitate the replacing of all those different equipment. The capital facilities maintenance fund, this would be for, minor capital projects at the Mercer Island facilities. This fund does not fund shared, facilities at Eastside. This does not pay for the HQ and Issaquah, Eastside Fire and Rescue. This amount is only paying for minor capital projects, facilities, preventative maintenance, that sort of thing at stations 91 and 92. Again, they have the large fire apparatus replacement fund, add that together to the $8.2 million amount. One last note, the one-time transition costs, both agencies have this. Bellevue is proposing $50,000 for training, Mercer Island staff onto the new staffing model and perhaps, some different equipment that is used at the city of Bellevue. This uniform number is for aligning the uniforms at the city of Bellevue and at Mercer Island. Now, of course, I saw that you see this, that's a very large number. I followed up with Bellevue staff to clarify. They wanted to be really conservative with their assumptions. So they assumed they would need to replace every single uniform that we have now at the city. But they said, were we to choose Bellevue, they would do an analysis and an audit of our uniforms. And as long as our uniforms were in good, conditions that met their standards, that, they would not need to be replaced. So we maintain good conditioning and of our uniforms. So we expect this number would go much, much lower after that analysis, but they just wanted to be conservative. This benefit liability line item, it is Bellevue's policy to pay out 100% of vacation holiday time upon separation, which is, the same for the Mercer Island. But Bellevue also has a 10% payout of sick leave upon retirement if you meet certain conditions. And so Bellevue wanted to have that liability in cash as part of a one-time transition cost. New equipment, the Bellevue feels it's necessary to have uniform equipment, especially on the fire apparatus. And so they would want to make sure we're using the same models and types and that sort of thing. And then $50,000 for IT and system integration. There would be to an extent to which the Mercer Island Fire Department would need to get onto the Bellevue's IT system for their fire department. And then finally, for East Side, a similar thing for vacation. They would want the 100% cash value of the liability for vacation holiday payout for our employees making the transition there. Additionally, and we can talk more about this if you want, it's also in your packet. East Side has an innovative and interesting sick leave incentive plan. There's basically a variety of ways that you can get a sick leave payout in cash if you meet certain conditions. And so as a part of this assumption, Eastside is requesting a 50% coverage of the sick leave liability of the employees making the transfer over. And so that's why that number is much higher than the Bellevue one. And finally, Eastside anticipates there'd be some costs in integrating or upgrading our SCBA equipment. This is breathing apparatuses to how they use them at Eastside. And so there would be a cost involved in that. All right, that's a lot of numbers and spreadsheet talk. Any follow-up questions?
I'm sure there'll be many. So council, do we want to keep this on the screen, or we want to take the screen share down and we'll pop back to it if people have specific questions? Anybody have any specific questions on this while it's on the screen? I don't mind getting us started. I wanted to ask this, in Mercer Island Model 1, the chief and deputy chief positions, if we were to fill those absent the agreement with Eastside Fire, which I understand is not something that they can do in perpetuity. The chief and deputy chief in Bellevue oversees about how many people? The chief and deputy chief in Eastside Fire oversees how many people? And then just remind everybody how many people in Mercer Island those two positions would oversee.
Take that. Yeah, well, the fire chief and deputy chief on Mercer Island are overseeing 29 employees plus an administrative assistant. I don't have the exact staff numbers at Eastside, but I believe it's something like 160, 190 or something. And they have a single fire chief, but I do believe they have maybe multiple deputy fire chiefs. It's probably a similar situation at Bellevue. And so that's a huge driver of the cost savings, is that it is, a little bit additional administrative, leadership with a large organization, but it's definitely it is not as, we have a lot of leadership in this model for a smaller staff compared to Bellevue or Eastside model.
And so it's fair to say that staffing those positions is difficult with the Department of 29. We lost our last chief, Chief Heidman, to Renton, went to a regional fire service agency. So is it reasonable to believe that we would continue to have churn in a position like that? Because this is kind of the small fish in the pond. I know that requires some speculation. I'll take that back and just leave it at that we did lose our chief to a regional fire.
We haven't recruited for a police chief or a fire chief in a very long time, so it would be difficult for me to answer. I will just comment more globally, though. The job market and the demand to fill many municipal positions far exceeds, in my opinion, the availability of qualified applicants. So I think, like many of our recruitments, it would be challenging. We are anticipating, a full-blown national search that we would, schedule about 6 months to try to get those positions filled.
Very good. All right, Councilmember Weinberg, you're up next, and then Anderl.
Yeah. So first of all, we need more information to make a decision as significant as this of whether or not to outsource 15% of our city staff. I have submitted many questions in writing to the city staff, and I received responses to most of those from our hardworking city staff this afternoon. And thank you all, by the way, for your responses and putting that together. Considering the quantity of the questions and the responses, I have yet had sufficient time to review all the responses. So I'll reserve the majority of my questions for follow-up questions for in subsequent emails. I do have a few questions. In respect to my other council members, I'll do them one at a time. But on this particular screen that we're looking at here, I'm noticing that the top line in all three of the estimates represents well over 80% of each of the estimates. And that's for the personnel and operations costs. I was wondering if the spreadsheet that we're looking at here has another tab where you break that down some, or is it just kind of one big number? And how is that number arrived at then?
Yeah, that's a good question, Councilmember Weinberg. I'm limited in a little bit on what was provided to us by the city of Bellevue and Eastside. Bellevue provided separate line items for personnel and operational expenses. As you can imagine, the personnel expense is much larger than the operational one. And Eastside, that $7.15 million number, that on their proposal, that's the single line item they have. And so, the goal of this cost analysis was to be able to present, as to the best of our ability, a left to right comparison. There's probably several things that are included on the Mercer Island operational expenses that may be included in the administrative fee on the Bellevue or East Side. And so it's not a perfect left to right analysis, but you are correct. The wages and benefits are the overwhelming cost of a situation like this. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Sorry, we're right next to each other. Hold on a second.
Thanks.
May make a change since Robbie and I are triggering the echoes, but if you'd like to review the details of the Mercer Island Fire Department budget, it is available in our published 2023-2024 budget document. That's where all of our numbers are derived from.
Thanks, Jesse. So thanks for this presentation. I've had a little bit of an advance review of this information, but it's still new questions come up all the time. So the apparatus repair and maintenance, what would we do if Eastside Fire and Rescue were not available to perform these services for us?
We briefly talked about that, Robbie and I, this morning, and my answer is I don't know. I think we would obviously look for someone else to provide those services. My general gut instinct is that we should continue to contract for those services, but we could also certainly evaluate retaining another mechanic team and the resources to do that work in-house. That would not be practical given our current public works building, but a future public works building or a renovation could possibly be structured to provide that maintenance. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet.
Okay, so if I might, a follow up. But so if we, so the cost is uncertain if Eastside Fire and Rescue is not providing it, but but it is baked in to the East Side Fire and Rescue cost estimates?
Yeah, just to recap, Eastside has indicated that for 2024, this is likely a service that they would continue providing to us under any scenario that's on your screen. But they did share that they are evaluating whether or not they have the capacity to continue carrying people like Mercer Island if we are not part of their organization. And so should that happen, Councilmember Anderl, I trust that I would receive notice probably sometime before the end of 2023. That would give us the year of 2024 to evaluate potential alternatives.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Very good. Councilmember Jacobson.
Oh, the questions. I have long proceeded on the assumption that if someone calls 911 with a condition which the fire department would respond to that call or monitor fire alarm call, would go to NORCOM, and then it would be routed back out to not only, certainly in the case for Mercer Island resident, Mercer Island Fire, but also perhaps adjoining ones. Is that a correct assumption?
That is correct. We are dispatched through NORCOM.
And so my follow-up question is, then, under a regional service model, that wouldn't change at all. Am I correct in assuming that?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any council members that haven't asked a question want to take a turn? Not seeing any. Go around the wheel again. I wanted to ask a question about the one-time transitional cost. So when I look at the Bellevue one-time transitional cost, fully half, maybe more, appear to be kind of sunk costs, whereas Eastside fire costs seem mostly to be paying for an accrued benefit that the firefighters would gain. Can you just add some color around that? Is that, you know, a reasonable way to look at these two things, that they're both similar numbers but acting kind of differently?
I think I would agree with you, Mayor Neese, and I seem to recall that you and I may have discussed this previously. Perhaps it was at a committee meeting. When we put together this spreadsheet, we simply took the one-time costs, transition costs that both Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue identified, and we summarized them. Certainly, Bellevue's identified a number of one-time equipment, supply, uniform costs that they would require as part of that transition. Eastside Fire and Rescue has also identified an equipment cost, but the bulk of that number is related to accrued liability. So I don't know if you had anything else you wanted me to follow up on, but I think your assessment of how you bucketed that is also the way I'm looking at those costs.
Got it. And just to add some color to Robbie's comments about uniforms, you know, the layperson may not understand exactly what a uniform is, but maybe Robbie, you could add some context about what is in a typical fire uniform.
Yeah, happy to do so. I'm not sure I can speak to every specific pieces of equipment on a uniform, but this is not just the polo shirt with the Mercer Island logo on it. It is the entirety of the very specialized and high-end equipment that is required to, you know, fight a fire. So everything from, you know, the masks to the protective jackets and equipment. You know, it's all inclusive of, you know, the items you would need on your person to engage in life-saving activities or firefighting. I would probably need a fire professional to explain the details of what exactly is on a part of that equipment. But yes, it's not just the logos or anything like that. It's the full suite of items needed.
No, I think that's sufficient. Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Hi. So I noticed that there's a line in the Mercer Island Fire Department column that talks about estimated legal costs that isn't reflected in the other two. And in one of the written questions was asking what that related to. And the answer I got back was that it relates to having to negotiate with our fire union every so many years on a collective bargaining agreement. One of the things that came to mind is that our staff also spends a large amount of time and effort in negotiating the collective bargaining agreement. I'm wondering whether that time that would be freed up by the other two options should somehow be reflected in, even if it's not necessarily a saved cost in terms of an external cost. But is there some way that that should be a factor in our decision when comparing these three options?
Sure. The estimated legal costs that you see on your screen today are estimated costs for us to bring in outside legal counsel to support us on our bargaining needs. And counsel, I'll remind you that with all of our unions, we enjoy a good working relationship, and we are often bargaining matters that are not just the collective bargaining agreement renewals. There's many times we come together to bargain. So that is what that cost reflects. Councilmember Weinberg, you did ask a question, and I appreciate you raising this. I'm hesitant right now to put a cost savings to the internal service, the hours that would potentially be saved. I think we have a lot more to understand on how this might work. So I do anticipate that, like, for example, my time, I sit with the bargaining team periodically to check in, but I can assure you my time will be filled with other things should those hours no longer be needed. So that's freeing up hours, but not necessarily cost savings. So that's something that we'll continue to, if I may finish, please, that's something that we'll continue to evaluate. I do anticipate a reduction in workload with payroll, perhaps some IT work, and then some of our fleet, management of fleet, there's some savings there. Perhaps some other human resources reductions in work hours as well.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I think it's more of an opportunity cost than it is a direct cost. I'm not sure how best we can reflect it there, but sorry for interrupting you a moment ago. I thought you were done.
No, thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
I was remiss in not thanking Robbie and the staff for attempting to compare apples and apples. And I'm sure that these I guess my question would be, I assume these numbers are probably going to move around depending on collective bargaining agreements, contract terms, and these kinds of things when the rubber meets the road. Is that a correct assumption?
I would say yes. Should the city council direct me at a future meeting to pursue contract negotiations, Councilmember Jacobson, we would sit down with either of these providers and begin to really peel the onion, if you will, make sure we have schedules of equipment. We understand who's performing the maintenance. If you looked at some of the Q&A we put together, there's really quite a bit of a detail that would need to be worked out. It's at a level, though, that I need to be on a path, and have a negotiating target. We're not there yet. It's beyond what we would want to do right now, or frankly, we wouldn't want to ask City of Bellevue and Eastside to do that level of work just yet. So I anticipate there could be some movement. We certainly need to look at that apparatus maintenance line item. I think with both entities, I'd want to dive a little deeper into the one-time accrual funds and make sure we have a good understanding there. There's also some outstanding questions on things like building maintenance. Under a regional services model, the City of Mercer Island would continue to own our fire stations, how they are maintained day to day, how we handle small capital projects and major capital projects would need to be further evaluated. So that, that's just one example of where the costs and the labor could shift a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
I just want to confirm my understanding of staffing levels. And I want to take this one at a time and have you confirm or correct as needed. In the current structure, I believe it's true that each of the fire stations on any given time has on duty a lieutenant and 2 firefighters. So there's 3 times 2 is 6 people there. And then a battalion chief would also be on duty as well for a total of 7 people. Is that correct?
Yeah, the battalion chief works across both fire stations, but yes, you're correct.
Okay. And if we were to switch to Bellevue with the current plan, as I understand it, there would still be the 3 people at each station, although from what I understand, there'd be promotions involved, and it would be something like a lieutenant or a captain at each station, as well as an engineer and a firefighter, but still 3 people in one shape or form at each station. But that the battalion chief would be stationed off island and have a span of supervision, which would include the Mercer Island stations as well as some number of Bellevue stations. Is that correct?
Not quite, but close. So, and I want to take a step back. Bellevue presented us with 2 models, and I think model 1 was presented partially due to an error on our end. They haven't responded to an RFP recently, and we also haven't drafted one. So there was learning happening on both sides. We asked Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue to make sure that they submitted a proposal that included accommodating all of our staff. We assumed when we made that ask that we would see something like Model 2 come forward, so that because we had an understanding that our positions or our ranks didn't align with the Bellevue staffing model. Bellevue's Model 1 is literally retention of our staff in their current positions, ranks, no change. We do not believe that will be implementable just through our understanding of collective bargaining. So we chose to compare to Model 2. Now, we can certainly go back to Bellevue. We can have a deeper discussion about this. I think there's a lot of transition logistics that we just haven't gotten to yet. What they said about Model 2, so what's on the screen here is their ranks. So continuing to have 7 staff on Mercer Island. And then they said in the future, and the way I think about this is as our current battalion chiefs retire, you might want to consider a shared battalion chief model. So it was presented as an alternative for us to consider. And I've shared repeatedly in our materials and even in my opening presentation that is a decision that the city council, the city of Mercer Island, would make. But they did introduce it as something we may want to consider. So if that were added to this model, you would actually likely see the personnel and operational expenses come down just a bit. But I wanted to show you what the number looks like with retention of 7 staff, consistent with our current staffing levels and also what Eastside Fire and Rescue proposed.
So the battalion chief would still, in this scenario, the Model 2 scenario, be stationed on Mercer Island and only have responsibility for those 2 stations.
Yeah, that's correct. And every time we talk about this, I do want to make sure that we all understand that while our staff are stationed on Mercer Island, we do leave the island for a variety of reasons, and that includes our battalion chief. We work in a regional model. We assist on either side of the island. We often seek assistance. So I don't want anyone to come away from this discussion assuming that we're island bound when we're on duty, because that's just not the way fire services work.
Understood. Now, to contrast this with Eastside Fire and Rescue, from what I understand, they would still have 3 people assigned to each station. And again, there are some promotional things that go on. So they might have different ranks, the people that are there, but 3 people assigned to each station. I think I understood it to be true that there would also be a battalion chief stationed on Mercer Island, but that battalion chief would have a span of control or supervision that included some portion of Eastside Fire and Rescue besides Mercer Island. So his duties would be spread out, his or her, even though this person would be stationed on the island. Is that correct?
That's not my understanding. So we would retain a battalion chief on island with duties primarily for Mercer Island. I need to say, though, that in a regional services model, all of the leadership positions, including the battalion chief, will continue to support the regional service provider. So they're stationed here, but you're in a shared leadership model. So Robbie, if I just said something that was inaccurate, I hope you'll jump on screen and correct me, but I believe the intention of Eastside's proposal was to model a battalion chief on Mercer Island.
Yes, that is their intention. That would have a battalion chief with a span of control, Station 91 and 92. The fact is we do not share a border with Eastside Fire and Rescue. And so the logistics involved of having a battalion chief that would cross over between, the two zones of Mercer Island and the East Side side. There's some just logistics of that battalion chief. You can imagine driving across I-90 past the Bellevue Factoria Battalion Chief Station. That just wouldn't make sense. And so that is their intention, is that in the East Side model, we would retain the battalion chief as is, stationed on island with span of control Station 91 and 92.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, thanks. Jesse, the question around in the Exhibit 2, page 5, there was a question about would the safety of Mercer Island residents be impacted by this decision? And one of the I guess opportunities that's brought up is increased training and career growth for firefighters, which I think would potentially transition into additional, or I don't know if additional level of safety, but enhanced safety for island residents. What sort of opportunities are those exactly? What is that? Can you give a little color to that?
I will try. Unfortunately, I do not have in front of me the list of all the specialized services that both Bellevue and Eastside provide, but I will tell you it's more extensive than ours by far. The question around safety is the one that likes to be asked, and I'm standing firm on our proposals include maintaining our current staffing levels, keeping our fire stations open, and that safety will not be compromised. Our response times will not decrease. I certainly think when we join a regional services model, that all those unique specialties and training that would come to our workforce would be an enhancement, and would bring those services directly onto the island. Now, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, if I'm being honest, when we have an emergency that requires a specialty, thankfully we already work in a region that is well coordinated and we can call on those services. We had a really complicated trench rescue. Gosh, I think that was 2 summers ago now, where Mercer Island was lead, but we had Redmond, Eastside, Bellevue, all here assisting with the trench rescue. So I'm not sure if that helped. And Robbie, do we have the list of all the specialties that Bellevue and Eastside provide? I do not have it at my fingertips.
It's listed in both proposals. I could go search for it if we want to share screen that, but I don't have it right this second.
All right.
I'm happy to take it offline. I mean, the reason I ask is that, there was some information that the council was sent back in like March or April about recent terminations and departures from the fire department, with the exception of one, a firefighter, of all the firefighters who left, who were, I guess, active duty, left for other departments. It seems like there must be some reason for that, and whether it's, compensation opportunity, whatever it is, but I'm hopeful in this process that we can, address that.
Yeah, in that regard, in terms of retention and recruitment, and just having, certainly more interesting opportunities and more training opportunities, I do believe that the regional service providers, these larger entities, would certainly afford that to our workforce in ways that we can't and probably won't ever be able to as a small fire department.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Anderl.
Okay, thanks. So understanding that the battalion chief normally has a larger span of control than just 2 fire stations, and understanding that our battalion chief isn't always on the island anyway, are there any advantages to having a battalion chief that has a broader span of control in terms of coordinating assets or organizing response? I mean, does it benefit us in some way to have a battalion chief that would potentially not only be, just relegated to the island, as it were?
Sure. one of the obvious benefits I see is that we are, the span of control of a battalion chief is, typically, 5 to 7 fire stations. That's not I don't think that's consistent around the region, but I feel comfortable sharing that range as a standard. Our span of control is 2 fire stations. It's a pretty high level of service. I would argue that the battalion chief position has more capacity. And so using that position in more of a regional type of function would make a lot of sense. It would be more efficient. I will share that, yes, when working in regional services models, multiple battalion chiefs, many stations, you're managing many resources. Again, I will go back to the water emergency. I was thankful to have Eastside Fire and Rescue at the helm in our interim leadership roles. It was our fire leadership and Eastside Fire and Rescue that coordinated all of the fire emergency response as part of that water emergency. Doug McDonald, our deputy fire chief, interim deputy fire chief, had NORCOM on standby, the whole region coordinated with our needs, within 15 minutes of me notifying him that we had an emergency. By the next day, we had water tenders on the island, and by the next day, we had another group of water tenders on standby from a regional airport. And so I think it's not that the Mercer Island EOC team would not have come up with that solution, but I certainly felt very well supported by the leadership of Eastside Fire and Rescue and their swift action during that water emergency. They did have connections and resources that we would normally not have. And Councilmember Anderle, I kind of went wandering around with that answer. So if there's something I didn't cover, please let me know.
No, thanks. That's helpful. No, I don't think I have a follow-up at this point. If I do, I will raise my hand again.
Very good. Before we go on the third pass here, I'm going to go to Councilmember Weicker for her first shot.
Yeah, thanks. I've been doing a lot of reading and listening to all these Q&A and reviewing all the questions that have been in the last few days as well. And Jesse, I just want to ask you, is there anything else you want to tell us as you prepare a recommendation going forward that we're not thinking about that you were hoping we might ask? So is there any additional input you want to give us to give you feedback on?
The question we didn't ask yet, I've been asked a lot of questions, so that that might be hard to come up with. I said it earlier, and I do want to just take a moment again to say thank you to both the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue. Council, when we embarked on this effort and we asked for proposals to be turned around in a month, they were incredibly responsive. We met several times with their staff teams as we've been putting this analysis together and working with the committee. By the way, thank you to the committee, the ad hoc council committee, for spending time over 4 meetings with me last month. We've had more questions and more follow-up. And we're at the point now where I wanted to give you all a chance to have this discussion, and certainly for the community to listen in on our discussion before we formulate a recommendation. So I don't have anything else that I would add, but I think it's important to acknowledge just behind the scenes how much these two partners, and they both are partners of ours already, Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue, put in to this process. Their staff have been absolutely consummate professionals and doing everything they can to help us. So my thanks to them.
Okay, I wanted to take a turn. We had a particularly active legislative session, and 5466 was the TOD, the Transit Oriented Density Bill, that was calling for essentially unlimited building height in close to transit stations. As we think about not having a ladder truck, and we think about not only the increased heights that were coming out of Olympia that will come in kind of future legislative sessions, how do we think about Mercer Island Fire if we were to stay as a local municipal fire department trying to address those needs, plus the needs of like the single stairwell law that was passed for the 6-story buildings? Some of the firefighting is going to get higher, riskier, more technical. How do we look at that over the next 10 years going it along?
Certainly, I mean, the building code changes and even some of the bills that didn't pass, I think, Mayor Neese, we were arms linked for about 4 months trying to track all those bills. was really concerning to me, the pace, and as I was thinking about our responsiveness, really the specialization it was going to require. I think the great news about, working regionally, whether you're formally in a regional model or not, is that we will need to talk to our partners and those that, how we might provide these special services. I don't know off the top of my head what the cost is for a ladder truck, but it's quite expensive, which is why we don't have one. We don't have the number of calls to support equipment like that. But as a region, I think we'd be looking at, as we're experiencing more density, building heights are increasing, we will have to make sure we're properly resourced. And again, that type of equipment, it makes more sense to share it. Whether we're in a regional fire services model or not, I would say that. There was another question. I hate to keep going back to the water emergency, but it really illustrated some resource needs we have. If our water emergency had happened and there was an active wildfire nearby, we may not have been able to get water tenders to come to the island. And council, you recall that we had to bring the water tenders here because our reservoir tank levels fell below the level that we could guarantee we'd have enough pressure to power all of our fire hydrants, something we take for granted. Many of our rural neighbors, even in the county, have many areas of their city that don't have hydrants. So the way they fight fires is through water tenders. So it certainly opened up a conversation about, do we have enough water tenders in our region? Again, that's probably not a piece of equipment that we would procure, but it's certainly a piece of equipment that we would like to have access to through mutual aid agreements or regional services model. And I'm not sure if I answered your question. I took liberties and went off talking about water tenders, but.
No, that's great. The hour's getting late. It's almost 9 o'clock, so we'll push on. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, hi. So let's see, how do we, can you explain some of the reasoning behind the assumption that Eastside Fire and Rescue would continue maintaining the apparatus, but that they would not continue supplying a chief and deputy chief if we were to stay local or go with Bellevue?
Yeah, sure. That was a conversation we had several years ago when we entered into the interim agreement. They agreed to provide the temporary support for us, but shared that it was not a model that they would be able to sustain long term.
And so have they indicated that they're intending to discontinue that that agreement?
Yes, the agreement is only in place through the end of 2023 this year. If we were to continue with a standalone fire department, I had anticipated that we may not have those positions filled right away. So I might need to negotiate some sort of kind of bridge contract to bridge us into 2024. But it is understood that the agreement will end.
And they haven't indicated they're willing to extend the maintenance agreement, though.
The maintenance agreement was an entirely different discussion. They said that they would continue through 2024 for basically non-contract, non-partner Eastside Fire and Rescue folks. That's us. We've been contracting with them for apparatus maintenance for quite some time, well before the interim chief and deputy chief agreements. So we understand they're reviewing their policies and their capacity. And should we not adopt a regional fire services model, or should it not be with Eastside Fire and Rescue, we may have to find another entity to perform those services. I think it's important to remember, although I'm not an expert on all of the people that Eastside Fire and Rescue is serving, let me recall they have they've added a recent contract with Woodinville, and I believe they are under consideration by Duval. And so they're taking on or have taken on over the years additional scope. So I do understand they need to provide services to meet their partner and contract needs first, and the rest of us will need to come second based on available capacity.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Bring us home, Councilmember Reynolds. You're on mute, sir. Still on mute. You're on mute.
Now I'm off mute. Sorry. Talk to me about staffing consistency. recognizing there may be some transitional issues that I don't need to go into right now. In the current Bellevue and East Side structures right now, how do they handle rotations of staff? Do they periodically bid based on seniority and switch around if choices change? And if so, how often does that happen? And if we know the answer to that question.
Yeah, again, I'll speak generally. If it becomes sort of something we need to dive into deeper at a future meeting, I'd be happy to. Both entities bid their shifts annually.
Okay. I have a second question, but it looks like a couple of good people have some, so I'll be quiet for now.
Let's just stick with it. Go ahead and ask your question. That was a quick one.
Okay. This was something I hadn't picked up on until tonight, but the slide that you and Robbie had up that showed the regional consolidation is very interesting and impressive. But you used a word tonight that of merger to describe some of the changes that had taken place. To what extent is that consolidation a merger so that both entities have a say in the control and governance and contract negotiations and everything else, as opposed to some entities subcontracting to another one to provide the services, which is something we'll be talking about here, as I understand it.
That was probably a lazy language slip. I don't actually have that detail. The example I'm familiar with is like the city of Woodinville is now contracting for services with Eastside. They're not a partner of Eastside. They are under a contract. We would have to look in detail at the different models to see how they've all aligned. And, you know, it's important to understand that we're looking at contracting for services. There are different models. Regional fire authorities is another example of a type of regional fire model. So I don't have that answer.
At a future meeting, if possible, it would be very helpful to know who the examples of contracting are and to speak with those departments and say, what are the pros and cons of this? How has it been a success? How has it been a failure? Because I think contracting is a decidedly different thing than a cooperative partnership.
Sure. If that research is desired, you know, by the majority of the council, we'd be happy to perform it. It's something that will take time. I can also share with you, although I haven't looked at it in the last few months, Municipal Research Services Center has lots of material on the various fire models that would be a handy reference.
Okay, thank you.
We're good. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, so the bids or the numbers that we're looking at on the screen are first year numbers and their estimates of first year. And there's also one-time costs that were shared as well. And there's what we should be we should be deciding upon when we're looking at the numbers is the total cost over time of this. So I'm wondering whether we should have some analysis of how much those increase from one year to the next by looking at what is the historical pattern, if we can't look into the future necessarily, but at least look backwards to see what cost of living adjustments there were for that top line item that contains, 88% of the costs for these different estimates. What were the COLAs for the different entities involved here for us, for Bellevue and for Eastside, to see if there's a pattern of one being regularly higher or lower than the others. And similarly, the one-time costs, there's if we were not to go off island, then presumably that money that we would have spent in the one-time costs, we would be able to earn interest on that. So I'm wondering if that interest cost should also be part of that calculation of projecting forward as to whether this is going to be, whether it's going to break even. Is it actually going to pay off the one-time costs, or are the COLAs essentially going to override that before it breaks even? And is that an analysis that we could explore doing so that we are the council is more fully informed on this?
So I understand the information you're looking for, and I will just point out that the historical look back would have done nothing to inform the inflationary year we've had this year. we're not following a normal, 10-year look back pattern. We typically see COLAs in the 3 to 4% range, give or take. And that would be my working assumption going forward. We typically don't project out inflation. Your professional staff here, we do long-term forecasts over about a 5 or 6 year horizon, not a 10-year horizon, which I believe is a question you posed to me previously. So again, I think if there's some additional financial modeling that the council desires, I'd like to know that that is supported by the majority of the council before we undertake that work. Otherwise, Councilmember Weinberg, what I would anticipate is that you would provide me direction at a future meeting to negotiate a contract, and we would, in the process of doing that, we would identify those escalators and the manner in which we handle increases. So just to be fair, our own CBA includes COLA increases, and we would assume those costs whether we stay in the business or we adopt a regional fire services model.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Anderall.
Thank you. Yes, I find myself kind of oddly in agreement with Ted that in a perfect world, it would be great. You guys are both grinning. I thought I would just say that, see if I got a reaction on the screen. But in a perfect world, we would know what the 10-year cost of each of these situations is. But I also respect, Jesse, what you're saying is there's no possible way to know that. You have to make your best decision going in. And so I just kind of want to say that for the record. Obviously, it would be great. And then that would make the decision 100% easy. And then an algorithm could do it and we wouldn't need council to make these tough calls. But the question that I had when I raised my hand at first before Ted asked his question was if Robbie or Jesse, if you can kind of compare and contrast the 5% administrative fee versus the 10% administrative fee in the two offers. From my committee meetings, I understand that the 10% is actually more common, 5% seems low. But I'd kind of like to know, I don't know, for lack of a better expression, what are the puts and takes on each of those? Do we have risk of the 5% going up, or there being other costs that sneak in that should have been covered by a 10% administrative fee but aren't because there was only a 5%? So yeah, I'll just let you kind of respond to that.
I'm going to hand this one to Robbie.
Yeah, it's a great question. If you look at the East Side proposal, there's a section near the top called At a Glance, and that describes all the services and overhead provided by the administrative fee. The Bellevue proposal also describes that the administrative fee does cover, general overhead. They don't go into quite as much detail as what they mean, but it's implied. It's the HR, the payroll, the same overhead costs we have, as an independent agency. You had a question about whether 10% is more common in the industry. I think it's fair to say East Side has been doing this sort of work more recently, and they've added, a new partner last year and possibly another partner, this year. The 10% administrative fee is the standard administrative fee East Side uses with their contract cities. So that's the number they've been working with for a long time. The City of Bellevue also does, provide fire services for other cities such as Newcastle and the Points communities. And I think those agreements were done quite a while ago and maybe use a little bit of a different model. And so the 5% number is maybe that is perhaps, not to speculate, that's a newer assumption created on their part. And so I can't say whether that does or does not, cover all their costs. We are dealing with two different types of organizations, a city versus East Side is sort of a semi-governmental organization. And so that's what goes in between the two. I think you do see, comparing Bellevue and East Side, that there's some costs that are out in the Bellevue proposal that are outside of their proposal costs that we would continue to pay. And there's maybe less of those in East Side. And some of that is controlled by the higher administrative fee. But yeah, I can't speak to more than that. Hopefully that answers your question.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, this might not be a question that we have the answer to, but what is more common? Is it the three platoon shifts staffing or the 4 in terms of like, I would say like small to medium cities?
I do not have an answer to that question, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum. I'm sorry. I'm most familiar with the 3 platoon schedule, and so much so that we had to ask Eastside Fire and Rescue to walk us through how the 4 platoon works. That would possibly be something I could just ask our interim fire chief, but I don't have that answer. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Councilmember Weinberg.
So I do have one more question and a couple of motions when the council is ready for such. So the question is, do we intend to bring this back to council 4 times, meaning a second reading? Because I don't think we've gotten through all the stuff. I know I haven't gotten through all of the answers I gotten from the city yet. Another time for a vote on whether or not to ask the city staff to negotiate an outsourcing agreement. And a third time, if we do ask them to negotiate an outsourcing agreement, for them to come back and show us what they've negotiated and for us to discuss it. And then a 4th time to actually vote on that negotiated decision, assuming we go down that road. Is that kind of the model that we're looking at going forward?
I had not planned on a second reading, Councilmember Weinberg. So at this point, I'd be working on coming back to council at a date to seek, present a recommendation and to seek your direction on that recommendation, whether or not to pursue a regional fire services proposal and to direct me to negotiate a contract. I would anticipate that contract would come back to you for approval, and unless there were circumstances that warranted follow-up, that could possibly be handled in one meeting.
Okay, this I guess would be a question to the rest of the council, but maybe it needs to be a motion in terms of, do people really feel they have enough information at this point? Or do we need a second read on this? I know that I certainly could use a second reading because there's a lot of answers to the questions that I've sent in writing that I haven't had a chance to even read the answers yet. I got them at about 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilmember Weicker and we'll come back to you for your motion.
Yeah, so I'm just going to bring it home and say I don't need any more information. I don't have any more direction for you, Jesse. I just want to thank you and our council subcommittee and Robbie and your team and our 2 agencies that I know you're working closely with to get all the information you need to make a decision. I also want to thank our firefighters and leadership over in our fire department for working with you too and determining which path forward might make the most sense for everybody. So I really appreciate all the hard work. I know this is tough. I know it's been a quick turnaround, and I think the sooner we have a decision and direction, whatever it is, the better. But I have full confidence in our subcommittee, and thank you guys for that additional work. And Ted, I'm reading all your Q&A and email, and I know they're going to be posted online, you know, with all public records. So I'll just say, Jesse, thank you for carrying on and bringing back your recommendation at your convenience. And I don't think we need 4 readings to discuss it. I think you working through the process that you've laid out and working with our partners, I think we're all trying to find the right solution for our community going forward. So I appreciate your work and I'm ready to say carry on.
I agree with Wendy. I didn't wait to get recognized. I'm sorry, but I agree with Wendy.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, I have answers to 2 questions that I was asked. Thanks to Deputy Fire Chief Doug McDonald. He said the question, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, to the 3 platoon versus 4 platoon, it's about 50-50 in zone 1, which is the region that we're in. And I believe his $2.5 million estimate is for a ladder truck. And I'm sure he'll text me back if I said anything incorrectly there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Okay, so I have just forwarded this motion to the council and to Andrea Larson. So she has it in writing. I move that we ask staff to gather COLA information from the past 5 years for Mercer Island, Eastside Fire and Rescue, and Bellevue, and prepare an analysis for the council on whether the historical gap between Mercer Island's COLA and those of Eastside Fire and Rescue and Bellevue would, if projected forward for the 10 years of the contract, have a material impact on the cost savings, if any, of outsourcing the fire department.
Is there a second?
I will second that. Sorry, I was on mute.
Moved by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. You want to speak to the motion, Councilmember Weinberg?
I think that in order for us, if we're going to be seriously considering outsourcing 15% of all of the staff of Mercer Island's city government, I think we really need to have all the data as to, is this really going to save us money? Or is the difference in COLAs between what we've seen here on the island, what we've seen at the other services, likely to eat up that savings such that it would actually cost us more? I don't know the answer, frankly, but I think we need the data in order to assess that. That's what I'm trying to ask for here.
Okay, Councilmember Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to know what the financial impact of the options are. That's always been my mantra, but I don't think that this request for this kind of research or this kind of information is going to be helpful, given what the city manager just said about how, you know, the past 5 years would not have informed much about the inflationary situation that we're in right now, and nor will it inform much about the next 5 to 10 years, which we don't know what's going to happen. I think you can look at the collective bargaining agreements and see what the COLA provisions are. You could do that comparison, but I would not do the deep dive that Councilmember Weinberg is asking for.
Understood. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, and I don't know if Matt is somewhere in the background here, but the question that I have is, would there be a reason that the COLA changes would be significantly different than what we've seen on Mercer Island?
The COLAs that are, oh, there's Matt. Matt, have I been like torturing you with my not quite right financial answers?
You and Robbie are right on point. I really don't have much to add beyond what has been said in this conversation. I will just second the point that was made regarding the past 5 years relative to the next 10 years. We're just kind of in an inflationary period that takes place once every 30 to 40 years. So we're not going to glean as much of an understanding as I would like, looking at recent historical figures relative to what's coming. So I feel that the analysis outlined by Councilmember Weinberg has merit, but will not yield as much insight as we all would hope it would.
Mr. Mayor, if I may follow up too on the question about COLAs and how they compare. I'll remind you that it is not my practice to talk about matters that are subject to bargaining in an open public meeting. So my comment will be very general, and it is this. COLAs are a subject of bargaining. The two regional service providers that we are considering would undertake that practice, as do we with our current fire department. It is likely that the COLAs would be somewhat closely aligned in the future, right? We're all bargaining in a comparable market, although there are certainly some variances that could occur over time. But I will just make that general comment. Otherwise, I would really prefer that we stay away from speculative discussions around bargaining matters.
Got it. Going to Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
No, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
I'd like to propose an amendment to Councilmember Weiker's proposal.
It's not Weiker's, it's Weinberg.
Sorry, what did I say? Propose an amendment to Councilmember Weinberg's motion to, after he includes the phrase to gather COLA information, I would like to insert the words including COLA parameters and formulas.
I will second the motion for the amendment.
Okay, the motion on the floor has been moved and seconded to be amended. Do you want to speak to that motion, Councilmember Allen?
Yeah, my intent by doing this is to recognize that, yes, just looking at history, I concede is not necessarily entirely useful by itself, but the formulas and parameters are. To my knowledge, we have not seen the collective bargaining agreements. And if, for example, one of them said, we will increase at CPIW plus 3%, and the other said we'll increase at CPIW times 80%, those would give very different answers. And I don't think we know what the answer is or what those formulas and parameters are. So I think it's necessary to have an estimate of long-term cost impact, which I'm very interested in knowing.
Councilmember Reynolds, we did include the current COLA information in the Q&A document that we sent this afternoon.
Okay, I haven't seen that. I apologize. It's been a busy day.
Unfortunately, we did receive a lot of questions, and Council, I will tell you, we turned them around as quickly as we could. I will mention that while we've included in that document the current CBA information that we have, that's all a public record for both Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue, I want to remind you that all of these entities, including Mercer Island, are actively bargaining new CBAs typically every 3 years. And so the information may change.
Okay, if that information is in the recently submitted materials, I'll retract that amendment then.
Councilmember Weinberg, is that to your satisfaction?
Sure, that's fine. So just back to the main motion then.
Back to the original motion. I'm going to get ready to call the vote. Before I do that, I just want to add that for me, this is not about cost. And if you look at the three models and you take into account the variables that are unknowns, known variables with the maintenance, the sustainability of using the outsourced chief and assistant chief with Eastside Fire, the ambiguity that's in the Bellevue proposal. They're within striking distance of one another in cost. Mm-hmm. And for me, cost is not the driver. We have a 29-person department. I care most and primarily about public safety. I don't want to lower any levels of service. I don't want anybody on Mercer Island to think that an aid car or a Medic 1 unit or any life safety issue is going to be impacted at all by this decision. I wouldn't support anything that would do that. But I do want to look after the 29 folks that have looked after us. And when I look at these proposals and I look at both Bellevue and Eastside Fire, there is a lot more opportunity, a lot broader base into which to spread the work. There is periods that, I've been on the council since 2017. Councilmember Weiker's been here even longer than I have. There have been periods where we have had staffing gaps, training shortages, academy backlogs, periods of time where people have had to work probably more overtime than they wish to work. And if there is a pathway that increases public safety, or at least for sure holds the line steady where we've held it for many decades in Mercer Island, that's the path that I'm going to pursue, even if it did cost a few bucks more. I'm not saying that to judge the motion on the floor. I'm saying that's my perspective. I'm in the subcommittee that is looking at these numbers and spending a lot of time with it. I won't stop looking at the numbers. I think everybody knows that I'm a numbers person at heart. But for me, this is first and foremost a public safety decision. And I know that after having looked at fire for my time on the council, this is not something that is going to last in perpetuity for Mercer Island. The small 29 people departments are going to find a pathway to regionalization one way or another, because it's just not sustainable given the tax base. So with that, please call the roll.
And Mr. Mayor, to clarify, Councilmember Reynolds' amendment was withdrawn, correct?
That is correct. We are at the original motion that was emailed to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson?
Nay.
Mayor Neese?
Nay.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Aye.
Councilmember Andral?
Nay.
That was nay. Councilmember Andral?
Correct. That is a no.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
No.
Councilmember Weiker?
Nay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2-5.
Okay, the motion doesn't pass. Do you have another motion, Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes, so I move that we ask staff to ask Eastside Fire and Rescue and Bellevue to provide an itemization of their administration fees, showing how much of their administration fee would go to each department or leadership role.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, would you like to speak to the motion, Councilmember Weinberg?
Well, it's interesting to me that the difference between the Bellevue and the Eastside Fire and Rescue totals is equal to the difference between their administration fees within like 1%. Right? They're I think the delta between the two administration fees is $355K, and there's like a 360 some odd K difference between the overall numbers for them. So I'm kind of wanting to unpack that, just like I'd like to unpack the top line as well, to find out why should it be a percentage, and aren't there some things that are really proportional to the number of people that are there, and not necessarily the dollars on the paychecks that are going to those people.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I guess I'd just like to hear from staff. I'm not on the ad hoc committee. What research have we done to this already?
Robbie answered the question of what was included in the administrative fees previously. I'd be happy to have him go over that again.
That's all right.
Okay, Councilmember Weicker.
I'll just say in my experience, Ted, administrative fees cover broad overhead and they're not dedicated to specific headcount. So I would imagine it's similar in this situation. So parceling it out by headcount doesn't sound productive or helpful.
Okay. Not seeing any other discussion. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Neese.
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson. Councilmember Jacobson.
You're on mute there.
That was nay, correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
Councilmember Andral.
Nay.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yes.
2-5. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The motion doesn't pass. All right, Councilmember Reynolds.
I think that I was a yes on that, so I think it was 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounded like a nay. Can you change Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum's vote to a?
I had him as a yes. I had Councilmember Weinberg and Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum as yeses.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, you wanted to see the granular detail of the 5% and the 10%?
I did.
Okay.
Yep, I think she got it right.
Where are we now, Mr. Mayor? Or did you call on me?
I did, yes, sir.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't hear. Wonder what the silence was. I would like to propose a motion to ask the city manager to identify 2 to 3 towns that have subcontracted as opposed to partnered with one of the 2 agencies under consideration, and interview the council or city manager of those cities to report back to the ad hoc committee on pro and con experiences that they've had with being subcontractors to those organizations.
Councilmember Reynolds, can you please repeat the motion?
Yes, I should have written it down again. I apologize. I would move to ask the city manager to identify 2 to 3 cities that have subcontracted with one of these fire agencies and interview the city manager or mayor of those cities to report back to the ad hoc committee on their experiences with being a subcontractor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. Want to speak to the motion?
I just feel like we're about to embark on a major change. As I think about it, in city government, there are probably 5 really critical things that a city does: roads, utilities, parks, police, fire. There are probably others I'm thinking off the top of my head, so I may have one wrong, but those are the 5 that come to the top of my head right now. We're about to give away control if we proceed with this with one of those 5 core city functions. And I don't think that's a decision that should be made lightly. And if we're going to embark on a path that involves being a subcontractor being a subcontractor, contracting with someone else to do that work, as opposed to owning responsibility for that ourselves. I think it's, we have almost a fiduciary duty, a responsibility to find out how has it worked elsewhere. For Woodinville, for example, are they happy with their choice? Are they glad they did it? What has worked well? What has not worked well? To do otherwise, to me, would be akin to hiring somebody to remodel your home and not checking a reference. And in effect, what I'm asking us to do is to say, we're making an $8 million a year decision, more or less. Let's check a reference to find out if it's money well spent. And I think that's an appropriate and necessary thing to do.
Okay, I'll just add that I've had coffee twice with Mike Millman, the mayor of Woodinville. I'm happy to connect you with Mike. I think this is excellent research that you should do one-on-one. Like every council member should do one-on-one. I think that you would also not get an equitable outcome because Bellevue's not done this. So I don't know who you're going to talk to. You're really just going to find out about East Side Fire. So I think it's really, in my mind, quicker, better to get this firsthand information, just talking directly with these mayors. And I'm happy to connect you with any of the mayors that have outsourced East Side Fire that I have relationships with. I'm sure that our city manager can get Jay inroads into some of the East Side cities she's worked in the past. Okay, Council Member Andrew.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like, Craig, with all due respect, I don't think we'd be giving away control. I mean, I think it's potentially we have more control with a written contract that has very specific terms and conditions, and where we are still kind of driving the ship in terms of what are the terms and conditions, and what is the accountability. So I'm not sure that I agree that it is a giving away of control, although we would certainly not be the employer at that point. The other thing I would say is I do think the research that you're asking to be done would yield largely anecdotal responses or information, not really anything concrete. So I would say, yeah, if you want to do it or any other council person wants to do it, but I would not direct the city manager to do it.
Councilmember Weinberg.
So first of all, on the question of control, it's very clear in the proposal from East Side Fire and Rescue that we would not have a seat on their board. It's also very clear from the response from Bellevue that their city council, Bellevue City Council, would be its governing body. So I think there is a material loss of control involved. I think there's also, in terms of what other cities to talk to, Newcastle. We should talk to Newcastle. They have been outsourcing with Bellevue, and we should ask them specifically about what happened in the last recession. The one thinking about is 2006, where their revenues went down significantly, and the price from Bellevue went up significantly. I think in that same time period, there was a willingness from the Mercer Island Fire Department to actually postpone its COLA in order to carry its share of the weight. So I think we should ask Newcastle. I think there are actually some people on Mercer Island who used to be on the Newcastle City Council who could tell you something about that.
Okay, any further discussion? Not seeing any. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson.
Yay.
Mayor Neese.
Nay.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
Councilmember Androl.
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
No.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
2-5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, motion doesn't pass. Any further discussion before we go to the next item of business? Remember, we still have a few more things tonight, folks. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Robbie, for sticking it out, and Jesse Bond. Our next item of regular business, actually, we're going to take a 5-minute recess just to get everybody reset here. If everyone doesn't mind, is 5 minutes enough time? Anybody need more than that? Okay, So we're going to recess at 9:31 until 9:36.
5 minutes is very
Mr.
short.
Mayor, we are live.
Very good. Thank you. The council is returning from a 5-minute recess, which took us 7 minutes. And we are on our next item of regular business, which is AB 6278, adoption of the 2024 to 2029 6-year Transportation Improvement Program review, for which we welcome Deputy Public Works Director, Patrick Yamashita. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, I'm Patrick Yamashita, your City Engineer and Deputy Public Works Director. The agenda bill before you presents the 2024 to 2029 Transportation Improvement Program for your consideration and adoption this evening. Leah Klein, our Transportation Engineer, will walk you through a few brief slides as an introduction. Following her presentation, several staff will be available to answer any questions that you might have. And with that, Leah, please take it away.
Good evening, Council. I'm Leah Klein, the Transportation Engineer. And tonight we have the adoption of the 2024-2029 TIP. And you'll be happy to know we only have 3 slides, so this should be pretty quick. Starting off with review of the previous work. On May 2nd, staff presented the draft TIP to the council, and a public hearing was held and continued through to tonight. Changes to the TIP since May 2nd. Council directed staff to look into the addition of a project we're calling the Mercer Way Shoulder Study, which would investigate the delineation and demarcation of the Mercer Way shoulders as a designated pedestrian and bike facility. The proposed scope would be to research similar facilities, review federal and state standards and guidelines, review the existing conditions and constraints of the roadway, and any legal considerations. It would also include evaluation of potential treatments for the shoulders and planning level cost estimates for construction. The estimated cost of this study would be $55,000. Next steps for the TIP would be to adopt tonight as either Exhibit 2, which includes the Mercer Way Shoulder Study, or Exhibit 3, which is the TIP unchanged from the May 2nd meeting. And I'd also like to mention that we did have several incorrect project references in the comments column of the TIP. These were simply not updated when we updated the project numbers, but they do not affect the TIP or the projects, and they will be corrected when we publish the TIP.
Okay.
So we can move on to comments and discussion.
Very good. Council, any questions? Okay, I'm going to start off with a question. So I had the benefit of having a quick touch base call with Patrick to talk about this shoulder project, and very quickly wandered into soldier pile walls and widening of East Mercer Way. And so I wanted to see if the council could get the benefit of that same conversation. You know, is this 55,000 really a wise investment?
That's a great question, Mayor Neese. I think what we discussed the other day was that absent hiring a consultant to do a extensive analysis of looking at standards and looking at whether or not we have enough right-of-way and safety considerations and legal considerations, just taking a look at the alignment of specifically East Mercer Way and knowing that it's very narrow, even with the widened shoulders. It's very unlikely that we could improve or mark a shared facility just within the footprint of the existing pavement. If we had to widen the road, there would likely be locations where there's not adequate right-of-way. So we'd have to acquire right-of-way. And as you know, the downslope side of the Mercer Ways, especially East Mercer Way, is very steep. And so if we had to do any widening, we would have to build soldier pile walls. And I believe they usually cost about $1,000 to $2,000 per running foot. So the dollars add up really fast.
So is Is it fair to say that your professional assessment is that we would spend $55,000 to determine that this is financially infeasible?
At the end of the day, that would probably be the bottom line. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
I have two related questions. I hope I can sneak them in at one time because they both relate to this issue. Patrick, I guess the first question is, if we go through this exercise and recognize that parts of East Mercer won't qualify, other parts might. Are there advantages to having the other parts be recognized as shared use facilities, even if the parts cannot?
I don't really think so. I think it's going to create a lot of confusion, kind of checkerboarding, having one stretch that might be a shared use and then going to an unmarked section. And it could create some unexpected hazards as well. And we certainly would need to have a legal review of that, but it's not something I would recommend.
Okay, I'll let Councilmember Weicker go and maybe you can circle back to me.
Weicker.
Thank you. So I want to bring Bio on screen and just ask legally what the difference is between a right-of-way and a bike pedestrian facility and a shoulder. So I'm sorry I didn't ask that ahead of time in email, but I'm sure there must be some legal parameters already that might be helpful in this discussion.
I'll actually direct that question to Patrick.
Oh, okay. Well, then Bio's off the hook. Thanks, Patrick.
A right-of-way is a portion of property that is entirely under the city's control and essentially ownership for public uses, transportation, underground utilities, and such. I think you asked about bike facilities. If a facility is designated as a bicycle facility, it would have to meet specific standards in terms of minimum width, I believe signage and pavement marking, and sometimes vertical separation from traffic. Vertical separation would be things like a concrete curb. And then what was the third piece of that question?
Shoulder. What's a shoulder?
A shoulder is typically considered a part of the road edge that is used for a variety of purposes, non-specifically designated.
And am I correct in presuming bike facilities need to be contiguous, right? Like you can't have a bike and then a shoulder and then a right of way. Like if we're talking about a whole facility, velodrome kind of thing, it needs to be consistent around the entire Mercers.
Councilmember Weicker, that was going to be my add-on to what Councilmember Reynolds asked a moment ago is when you dedicate facilities, whether it's a shared use path or it's a bike lane, one of the areas of risks that we really have to be mindful of is transitions. And when it's just a partial stretch and it stops and starts, we really have to evaluate the risk of even striping it that way. So there's a lot that goes into those types of decisions. It's highly technical and a risk analysis. And to Patrick's comment a moment ago, we generally don't recommend stops and starts like that, especially on roads like the Mercer ways where you've got a lot going on.
Councilmember Reynolds.
I suspect the answer to my question will be wait for the update to the pedestrian and bicycle facilities plan or whatever this document is called that I always get the wrong name for, but let me ask it anyway. When we had the last time we talked about the tip, I inquired about the possibility of just generally thinking about adding bicycle lanes whenever we constructed new sections of road or rebuilt sections of road. And if I recall correctly, it was specifically in the context of the addition to Marymount, the work you were going to do there. And Patrick, if I understood your comment correctly, you were concerned about having a bike route to nowhere, in effect, that if it didn't connect to something, it was problematic. And I understand that concern, but my question is, that almost leaves us in a catch-22 of, it feels like we can't build any bike routes unless we make everything a bike route. So what is our transition plan if we do want to do something a little bit at a time to gradually add more bike facilities to the island? How do we go about doing it without creating the sorts of risks that you're talking about now?
My short answer, and I think my best suggestion really would be to wait for the update to the pedestrian and bicycle facilities plan, because that's kind of a comprehensive plan. It looks island wide and lays out a plan. And then once the plan is laid out, then we can plug away at bicycle facilities, pedestrian facilities in a systematic, thoughtful manner.
Okay. I will say this, Councilmember Reynolds, as we're looking at TIP projects, if there is an opportunity to add a bike lane or another type of infrastructure, we have the width, we have the nearby connections, and there's context there. The staff will certainly raise it, even if it's not in the bike plan. But we are really constrained on this island. I was on a call with one of you this morning talking about if we could go back and regrid, replat the whole island. I have to tell you, we would make a lot of changes because we just don't have sufficient right-of-way for dedicated bike lanes and even sidewalks, throughout most of the island. So that it is a space constraint. So I just want to reassure you that our staff are looking at this. They're looking at, the big picture, even in the absence of an updated plan. It is something that we talk about regularly.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
I have a motion when you're ready.
Let's go.
I move that we adopt the 24-29 TIP as reflected in Exhibit 2.
For a second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum. Okay, just to be clear, this is a motion to adopt the 24-29 TIP as Exhibit 2, which is without the $55,000 plan to nowhere. Any discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, one point of clarification. Jake's motion was for Exhibit 2. Exhibit 2 includes the shoulder study.
That's correct.
Okay, so the second motion was
for Exhibit 2. I just wanted to make sure off of what you had said that.
I apologize. I think there was confusion between what was in the PowerPoint, what was actually in the packet. So Councilmember Jacobson, and I'm going to look to Patrick here. I believe it is Exhibit 3. It does not include the shoulder study. Can you please?
Exhibit 3 is the exhibit that does not include the shoulder study.
Okay, so we'll just unwind that. You want to withdraw your second, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
Sure.
Withdraw your motion, Councilmember Jacobson?
Yeah, withdrawn. I would remove that we adopt the 24-29 TIP as reflected in Exhibit 3.
Okay, move. You want to second that, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
Second.
Okay. Does that meet everyone's satisfaction? Not seeing any grimacing? Okay. Thank you, City Clerk, for catching that near fatal mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Andrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, TIP passes. Congratulations. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you.
We now move to other business in the planning schedule, which we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
All right, I will be brief. Council, just a reminder, you have a meeting on June 20th. I'm looking at the planning schedule. I do think we'll have a couple of items to add there. And then a look ahead, July 5th, just flagging for you all a reminder that we moved our council meeting because of the holiday to July 5th. I anticipate we'll continue on Zoom through the summer, although we are working on alternatives for the fall, given the circumstances of City Hall. And then we are still planning on an August recess. So I'm not going to get into any other details. It's been a long meeting, and I thank you for sticking with it tonight.
Thank you. All right. Any council absences to report? Upcoming absences? Nope. Councilmember reports. Councilmember Andrew, anything to report?
Nothing except for thank you for continuing to run a very efficient meeting, even with, I think, the heaviest agenda we've had this year. So appreciate that. Well done. Nothing new here.
Okay. Councilmember Jacobson.
The utility board, aside from today, is not met and isn't going to meet again until July, I think. So there's nothing to report from there.
Okay, I have nothing to report. Councilmember Reynolds.
A couple of things. One, Parks Commission met last week, last week. And they've started work on a naming and renaming policy for city parks. And I believe that's slated to come back to council in early 2024. Very early stages of that, but it should be interesting, I believe. Second thing is kind of a follow on to our fire discussion. I just want to extend a big thank you. Having living with elderly parents, we have not always been, we have all too often been a frequent customer of fire services. We had a medical emergency at our house this week, and we had within minutes, Mercer Island aid car was there, and about 10 minutes later, we had a Bellevue medic car was there as well. Everything turned out well, but I'd like to thank the fire department for being there and providing the quality service they always provide.
Of course, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Well, Craig, glad to hear everyone's doing better. It sounds pretty scary. The PTA Advocacy Committee had their last meeting a couple weeks ago, and the PTA Council, I believe, has its last meeting tomorrow morning. So I'll be back at it for the city before we know it.
Okay, Councilmember Weicker.
I just want to thank staff for all the great work they're doing with all these community events. The Riley Cove dedication today was awesome. The farmers market Sunday was really great. Everyone I know is talking about summer celebration and planning on being around on July 15th. So well done. And then finally that Pride proclamation that was in consent is just really appreciated. So thank you staff for keeping everything going and keeping this island with all kinds of cool stuff going on.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
Nothing to report, although I do see a hand up from
I got it. Nothing, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot something in my other earlier announcements. Just want to give a thanks to staff for their big efforts at doing recruiting for the boards and commissions. I think this was the longest list of applicants I've seen in a long time, and that was great to see. Wanted to thank all the community members that signed up and encourage them. In a lot of cases, the votes were tough. If opportunities come up again, I hope they'll volunteer again. And in particular, on the design commission, it's always hard to find people to fill the specialist positions. And it was most unfortunate we had to reject somebody this time that we had 3 candidates for specialist positions, at least 3, and only 2 open spots. And that's tough to have to reject someone. I hope Mr. Rogers, who qualified for the specialist position, will reapply if an opportunity comes up again.
Certainly. Anything else? Not seeing it. All right. The next hybrid meeting of the City Council is scheduled for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 5 p.m. The time is now 9:56 p.m. The City Council will go into executive session for approximately 30 minutes for legal counsel to review the performance of a public employee pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 paren 1 close paren little g close paren. No action will be taken following the executive session. As a reminder to council, please stay in your seats until the City Council terminate the broadcast. Good evening. Thank you.